You know me too well. All right, I'll call the meeting to order. Thank you, everybody, for being here. So glad to see everyone. I'll start with roll call.
Mr. Williams.
Here.
Mr. Koontz.
Here.
Mr. Harris.
Here.
Mr. Jesse.
Here.
And Mr. Kimbrough.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Reggie, would you mind giving an opening prayer? I'm sorry I didn't ask you in advance. Mr. Williams will lead us. Mr. Williams will lead us in an opening prayer.
Let us close our eyes and meditate for a second or two. Lord God, once again, you have brought us to this place in Middlesex County. Father, we know that you are with us. Father, we'll pray that you will stay with us. Father, help us. Help us once again, Father, that we can handle your business, Father, because we know everything you did, everything you made is good. And if we do what's right, that's an honor to you because that'll be good. So, Lord God, once again, be with us, strengthen us, help us to grow wiser, help us to agree or disagree, but at least, Father, teach us how to be friends, Father, that we all can live together. Father, we ask you to be with the families, Father, that are around these United States, Father, that is seeing a lot of turmoil. Father, there's a lot of things going on that it seems like they can't agree on nothing, Father, even for the good. Father, but once again, in this Middlesex County courthouse, Father, be with us. Our administration, our board, help us to grow wise that we may make decisions that be uplifting in a way that you can see that is good of us. This is my prayer. In Jesus' name, we all do pray. Amen.
Thank you, Reggie. And Matt, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, sir. Would all citizens of our nation rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with approval of the consent agenda. However, I need to take two items, the minutes, which are section B on the agenda. I need to draw those minutes out of the consent agenda because we've got a couple of changes that we'll need to review. So I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda less section B, the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Koontz, second by Mr. Harris. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Koontz.
Aye.
Mr. Harris.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
Aye.
Mr. Jesse.
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough.
Aye. Motion carries. Do you want to review those changes, Heather?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, they are two small ones. Under the April 28th minutes for the list of people who spoke publicly on page 4, we have just a typographical, it should be Dawn, D-A-W-N, instead of D-O-N, so it's one minor change there. And then on the May 3rd meeting, under public hearings, give me 1 second. Under public hearing subsection B on the Broad Creek No Wake zoning ordinance, I believe on the third paragraph down where it starts, Ms. Lewis mentioned, I think it should be revised to say that Supervisor Harris asked staff how the public would be made aware of this no wake zone, and in response, Ms. Lewis and then Matt's comments. Those are my only two changes.
Thank you. I entertain a motion to approve the minutes of those two meetings as amended.
I so move. Second.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Harris. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Harris,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Jesse,
Aye.
Mr. Coons.
Aye.
Mr. Kinbrough.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. I'll now open the meeting for public comment. The public comment period is 3 minutes, and there will be a timer. Please provide your name and where you live. Do we have
We have two public
two?
speakers. The
Okay.
first public speaker is John Widener of Deltaville.
Good afternoon. My name is John Widener. I live in Deltaville. I moved here full-time from the D.C. area about 4 years ago. Having spent 22 years in the Navy as a submarine officer, it was a great pleasure last November to attend a Veterans Day ceremony right out front of this courthouse. As Supervisor Jesse, I want to thank you for presiding over such a patriotic and prayerful event. I think it was a unifying event with citizens and neighbors gathered for a common purpose, to honor our veterans, both dead and living. And in fact, Memorial Day, just last Monday, we give honor to our war dead. And I think it's fitting that we have prayer in the public square more often than not. The first time I walked the courthouse grounds, I noted the 4 stone memorials that in one way or another commemorate our veterans. And I took special note of the monument erected on July 4th, 1910 by the Middlesex chapter of the Daughters of the Confederacy. Isn't it interesting that such a unifying event like last year's Veterans Day ceremony could be held in the shadow of this supposedly racist and divisive monument? According to some folks, the women who raised the funds and organized to get the monument erected were motivated to do so by their contempt for persons of color, that the monument was then and continues to be racist and divisive. I think it's more likely that these women were thinking about 2 of the 10 commandments. Honor your mother and your father, and don't kill each other. I suggest that we shouldn't care so much what folks were doing or thinking in 1910 or 1938 or 1968. I think the proper context for the statue is what was going on 1861 to 1865, who it was happening to, and the timeless message it has for the world of today. The monument commemorates the valor and patriotism of the men and the devotion and sacrifice of the women of Middlesex in defense of their liberties and their homes. I suggest that this is an anti-war monument. It honors mostly poor men who rich men sent to war. And it explicitly honors women who were left behind to try to hold together their families and their homes while the world was falling apart around them. Have we not been reminded of the brutality of war every day for the last few months as we watch the slaughter in the Ukraine? As with any war, we see soldiers on both sides being lied to by their governments, yet fighting with valor and patriotism. As with any war, we see the sacrifice of the women. In 1861, the men and women of Middlesex were plunged into a brutal war with their neighbors because of their political leaders in Richmond. In 1910, the granddaughters of these men and women erected a monument to commemorate their valor and devotion, their patriotism and sacrifice. We need to leave the monument where it is as a reminder of our history so that we do not repeat it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Widener. We have another.
Thank you. Our second public speaker is John Fleet of Hartfield.
Hi, John.
Afternoon. I'm on the program, but this is about another topic, so I asked to come forward first. Mr. Chairman, members of the board and staff, I wrote a 3-section note to the board and also to the Department of Transportation regarding 3 highway situations. One not really, I guess, well, it's a road, it's not a highway, but that's the sports complex entrance road. VDOT was so kind back in the building of that to help us get that road put in there, and it is called the Sports Complex Road. We've been before, several people before, to try to get an answer to why we can't get the shoulders put back in order and the road improved. The road is narrowed in spots. There are chunks of tar and gravel and asphalt that it's about as big as two hands put together that people trip over. We clean as much as we can there. We're a volunteer group. But there are old people coming with walkers. There are toddlers coming across that road, and it needs attention. So I asked the board to, I know VDOT is on the program, and I saw that it was a report, so I figured that they would not be addressing such a thing today here. But I'd ask you to look at it without saying any more. I think you'd see what I'm talking about. The second item is Road 629 from Point Ann and Haley's Mill Dam coming east to Grafton Church. We have to realize that the traffic on that road has tripled at least since the closing of that dam, and the addition of several subdivisions and a lot more activity at a lot of places, and thank goodness to say even at the golf course. So there's a lot of traffic on that road. There's potholes on top of potholes. There were narrow patching potholes in another pothole. It needs attention, so I'd ask you to lift that up. The last one is Fairfield Road, and as I always like to kid and refer to it as a road to nowhere, or the bridge to nowhere. So we have now paved that with asphalt, which has increased the speed. The last fix on the hillside, on the shore side, excuse me, it left us in a situation that's somewhat of a drag strip. You know, the road going down to the corner, to the 90-degree corner, is a straight 1/7 mile stretch. People tend to like to accelerate on that road, and I mean, let them go. No different than one other that we farm on, Locust Grove Road. When they're straight, they like to go. But they come to the end and they party, and they party, and they party, and they leave, and it's a race to who can get to the corner first. My extended family's got a lot of small children in it, and it's a dangerous situation, I promise you. If you were there and saw what I saw over the last holiday weekend, you would appreciate. What I'm asking for consideration is a couple of speed bumps. A couple of speed bumps on that one stretch. The stretch is directly in front of our home. That I think would help an awful lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fleet. Would anybody else like to, from the audience, wish to address the board? Very well, I'll close the public comment period. Move right into the treasurer's report, which is report only in your packet on page 43 through 47. Any other comment?
I have some updated numbers.
Would you mind approaching the podium? Thank you.
Just wanted to give you the updated numbers to date. Actually, they were through close of business yesterday. We are at 55% collection. And I ran a report last year for the same time, just for comparisons, and we were at 60. So I feel like we're pretty on target for everything. Everything considering on the tax.
This is for which
Real
tax?
estate, the first half of 2020 real estate taxes. So I just wanted to bring that to you guys' attention and just give you a heads up that, because what was on the report was through the day that report was ran. But with yesterday being the current due date, I just wanted to let you guys know that we were.
So it probably would help to clarify what first half means. First half means the payment that was due
June 6th, yesterday.
June 6th.
Yesterday.
Okay.
And we've,
So 50-some percent,
55%.
55% was received.
And as of the close of business, we went through all the banks and we picked up the payments and stuff there. And also the mail yesterday. So all of that needs to be posted as well. But it's in the office and it's there. And I just feel like we're doing, we're pretty on track compared to where we were last year.
Good.
Okay?
Thank
Did y'all
you.
have any questions for me?
And maybe we'll talk about it later, but do you foresee any problem with the delay in payments coming in based on the action that we'll take today?
I don't think so. I mean, I still feel like most people paid it on the due date that it was supposed to be on because there was that little, fraction of percent that it might not be passed and they didn't want to take that chance. So we have had numerous phone calls from people. And, it's kind of,
As have I for the Saluda District, matter of
Yeah,
fact,
yeah.
wanting some clarification of that as
yeah.
well.
And we don't really know what to say. We had to direct people towards you guys,
Right.
so.
Right.
Anyway.
Oh, so that was a result of you directing them that I got those calls? Is that what I'm
Sometimes,
hearing?
yep. Yeah, I mean, because, I tell them what I have on paper, and then that's pretty much all I can do.
Not a problem. I didn't mind fielding those calls at all.
Okay. We had some rather loud people that come in the front, too, and voice their opinions. So I tried to get them to come speak today, but they didn't have time. So,
I do want to commend you for your flexibility and willingness to work with us on this. I know we put you in an awkward position,
well,
and
It
I really
happens.
appreciate the extra effort that you put into it.
not a problem. Not a problem at all. It's been different this go round on the taxes, but even with a person down, we're trying to keep up the pace. Okay?
I also want to thank you too, because I remember talking to you before you sent the information to our email. I think that was before most people had said anything.
Right.
So I called and asked, that could you do something like this? So I had people calling me and saying, what you can do, and realizing that you was new on the job. I'm basically new too, because the last
Right.
2 years.
Right.
But I'm getting the swing of how people do things now. But I do appreciate it, and I know
Yes,
you got
sir.
one heck of a job. And I know you get a whole lot more questions out of me. I got some in my mind right now.
That's
but
okay. That's
But I'm
fine.
going to leave them alone. We can
That's
go
fine.
one-on-one, because
fine.
it's
That's fine.
a treasurer,
Right.
is
Just
something else.
give me a
So,
call or come see me.
Yeah, I come see you. It's better
Okay.
off to see a person.
Okay,
But I
that's
just
fine.
want to thank you once again.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for sending the information out, so
You're
it
welcome.
gives us more understanding of what's
Okay.
going on.
All right. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Next is the Commissioner of Revenue. There's a report only on page 48. And does anybody have any questions for May? Thank you for coming today, May.
Just in case. Good afternoon.
Always good to see you.
You all too. So, if,
I got one question.
sure.
I understand that the personal property taxes are going to be what? Did we include that into the budget of an increase in personal property taxes? Because some of us realize, and at different areas, that our vehicles are going to be assessed higher. Now, my question is, did we allow the higher price to go in our budget as revenue? How we know what it's going to be?
Well,
Because we
what
haven't
I,
got the book yet. I mean, how we going to know?
gotcha. So, what I give you all, I believe I gave it out in February this year, was based on the revenue that was coming in for 2021. And correct me if I'm wrong, but 21 falls onto 22's fiscal year. And so 22's tax revenue from personal property will fall under your fiscal year 23 revenue. So for this budget cycle, it's not included. It's going to be reported to you to include it for your budget cycle for 23.
For 23, so are we saying that it's not going to be an increase in personal property taxes in December?
Oh, no, sir. I'm not saying that there's not going to be an increase in what taxpayers, all of us will have to pay. It looks projected to be an increase this year as well as last year. Possibly not as much as last year, because I haven't sent off the file yet to be assessed by J.D. Power. That's usually done closer to August.
Okay, but I noticed Matt was telling you, going like this, so I'm just wondering what kind of numbers we talking about on
Oh,
the
we can
increase?
anticipate an increase in the
Approximately what, because
values
they
and
already
tax
put in the
amounts.
budget. We looking at what, 10%, 15%?
I would say a good average would be about between 10 to 15% increase.
Okay. Because you know, in reading, I've seen some localities kind of like waived it, and, you know, so I'm just wondering how we're gonna handle it, and since it's already fixed in the budget, you know, we kind of gotta, you know, you heard me say before, you know, we basically balance the budget by taxes, okay?
I
You know,
have-
so when we kind of do these things, so not getting after you, I'm just saying, if the board say, look, we don't want to increase taxes because my car's worth less this year than it was worth last year. And now what I'm saying, what we are saying, is that we know their value is going to be increased 15%, regardless of the value of your car, because we didn't make a mistake. I mean, the big boys made a mistake. They didn't get the chip, and that's what grew the prices up. As long as you don't want to,
Yeah, they're-
as long as you don't want to sell your car. So we don't have wasted a lot of time. It's just something that I just had a question about, and I'm seeing how we put numbers in things and what is actual numbers, so we won't get slammed in the face one day and say, look, I can't pay my taxes because my taxes are too high. And in reassessment year, we increased automobile taxes last year like crazy, and we're going to increase. It's so many increases. All right, and what I'm finding this out, is that all of this board is accountable for what we go out and do. Because it's a lot of people who do not pay attention to the taxes. They don't even know. All right, and if we treat them like I'm hearing you like, I'm gonna think that I'm gonna fool you because it's just like the percentage this year. I'm telling everybody, hey, your percentage, your money you pay for your taxes is gonna go up. I'm not gonna appear to you and say, well, because the percent is down, that you're gonna pay less. But a lot of people receive it that way. If they get mad, I'm gonna be honest, that's how I vote. I vote straight out, you know, so, but no, man, I'm not, I had a mention about you. I'm just wondering how the shuffling numbers.
A lot of
and-
localities have seen an increase in the valuation of vehicles, personal property across the board throughout the whole state. So it's not just a problem here. I mean, it is a problem, but it's across the state.
Yes, I just, you know, happen to see some of them say, look, we're not going to increase something that's not really increased, because you wait 2 years when you put the chips in the automobiles, you don't pay the taxes, and you really don't have it. We can get ourselves in a crazy way, because we can look at money we got in our pocket, and we start spending, and all of a sudden, the values of the automobiles go down. Then what's we going to do then?
And that's going to be based on the market. That's going to be based on supply and demand, what's driving the population as to what they're desiring. So it's a lot of different variables as to why it may increase.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else?
Thank you, May.
Okay. Y'all have a good day.
Next, agency staff reports. First is VDOT, report only on pages 49 through 50 of your packet.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may interject just real quickly, we have with us today our new Economic Development Director. I wanted to introduce him
good,
at an
good.
opportune moment. And since we're between two report onlys, I figure this may be the best place to do it.
Perfect, perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen in the public and gentlemen of the board, with us tonight is Trent Funkhauser. He is our new Economic Development Director. He started work actually last month. He's been so busy he couldn't come say hi. We've known Trent for a long time. He's worked a lot on the Middle Peninsula. We're happy to have him here working with us, part of the Middlesex County team. I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce him to the board. And his office is where Michelle's office was, so you know where to find him.
Thank you. Welcome, Trent. We're really glad to have you here. Okay, the VDOT report only pages 49 through 50. Nobody from VDOT is here, correct? Matt, would you mind, I believe that Mr. Fleet's comments were all VDOT roads, correct?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Would you mind passing on these?
Absolutely. I'm gonna ask the VDOT staff to meet with Mr. Fleet, and I believe, did they not meet with them and you, Mr. Grant?
Don and I met with Lee McKnight. Sorry, I have a block there. We met, and so there's discussion ongoing, but I think everybody that's looked at that spot realizes we do have a problem. And I think VDOT has given us the initial signal that, yes, we have some way of doing this. And so we're in the phase of, okay, what's that way? I'm more than happy to continue following up, but I think given the other items that Mr. Fleet mentioned, your idea of having Mr. Fleet and VDOT meet is appropriate, and those roads are definitely 3 on our list. I also have constituents that Reggie and I share that we're still not content with Regent Road and that solution. And I also heard that we're looking at roundabouts now for potentially Stampers Bay and Twiggs Ferry, and it's probably years out. But knowing that VDOT has progressed to a place where they're adopting well-known traffic strategies that have worked globally for decades, it may be a new solution for us to have VDOT more aggressively pursue in places like Regent. So I'm going to keep talking with VDOT regularly, but I think you're right. Let's have Mr. Fleet and VDOT get together and make sure we're aware of the conversation and get these things corrected, especially, things where we know that the community is using roads improperly. VDOT's going to continually push us to get more enforcement, and enforcement's going to say fix the roads. We can't go away on this until we get one, the other, or both. So, yeah.
Well, and we've had a couple months now without VDOT staff present at a meeting. I will ask them to ensure they're here at the July meeting. I think they double booked themselves with the Gloucester meeting that they're in today. But just to chime in a little bit more for the public present, because I'm sure the board knows this, VDOT has centralized a lot of their processes through a central call center. So whereas in the old days, a lot of concerns would go straight to the resident engineer or your VDOT employee that you know, or maybe even through the Board of Supervisors and across the podium, as I call it. Any citizen now can call that 1-800 number, and it starts a tickler system in their files that they have to address one way or the other. And I think probably a more robust public information campaign, letting people know what that 1-800 number is, if there are potholes, if there are issues. I was getting ready to call it myself, but then I realized those rumble strips are on purpose. Yeah, but that's probably one of the best ways to get action out of local maintenance these days, is that centralized 1-800 number.
Could we look at maybe putting that on the county
Absolutely.
website and just continuing to drive traffic? I think there's been a lot of additions to the county website, and, the more that we drive traffic to those kind of solutions, the better. But obviously, always call your supervisor whenever you feel it as well.
That's 800 for road. I've passed that along to many, many people, and it's been very effective. Thank you.
And I'll echo John's comments. Yeah, it'd be nice for us to get some sort of synopsis of after that conversation takes place, so we kind of know where we are with that whole process and how hard we may need to push. Thanks.
Okay, next, school matters. I don't see Dr. Seitz in the audience. Is there a representative from the schools? And if not, we can still consider these.
Right, she said she was not going to be here.
Right, yeah, she gave me a heads up. So the agenda items are 2 budget supplement requests. FY 2022, do you? 3 in the packet.
3 budget supplement requests.
37?
Or 1 budget transfer request.
Gotcha. There's budget supplement request 37 and 38, and then the supplement and 39. And then there's a transfer request. These are in the packet. You've had a chance to review these. Are there, I guess I'll entertain a motion to approve these, and then we can see if there's any discussion.
I move that we approve budget supplement request FY 2022-37, 38, 39, and budget transfer request FY 2022-11.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Kuntz, second by Mr. Jesse. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Coons?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries. Next is Social Services. Rebecca, I see you out there. Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you all. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see you in person. I am not going to talk today because I have a video to show. Mr. Jesse knows about it. He is on the board for the River County's Community Foundation and was very supportive of the production of this. I will say in advance, my caveat, my staff made me do it. This was totally their idea. This is not my this favorite kind of work activity, but my staff really thought it was important to produce this, not only for the citizens of Middlesex County, but statewide and beyond. And so without further ado, you were the first audience too, by the way, so you all should feel very honored. You were the first audience, and this is kind of the debut. And the maestro.
What I tell you,
Yeah, you did.
every time. No, I can pull it up. Every time we play a video, this happens, ladies and gentlemen. Just give me 1 second.
I'm Rebecca Morgan. I'm the director here at Middlesex County Department of Social Services. We live and work here in the community of Middlesex County, Virginia, which is located near the Chesapeake Bay. We serve about a third of the total population with all of our mandated services and programs.
My department offers the following services: Medicaid, SNAP, child care, TANF, auxiliary grant, and long-term services support.
At any time in anyone's life, they could need your help.
Our agency has the following programs: Child Protective Services, foster care, and adoption.
We want to help you navigate through what are sometimes very complicated programs. And we want to make sure that we help you step by step to get the help that you or a family member or a neighbor or someone else you care about might need.
I currently work in the benefit department. We service families throughout Middlesex County. Some of the programs that we have to offer are TANF, Medicaid, and child care.
Our theme for the past couple of years has been diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we want to make sure that the moment you walk through our door, or the moment your phone call is answered, or your email responded to, that you feel welcome.
I work with the adult population, doing adult protective services and adult services.
You might not necessarily need a service, but you might need to know the direction that you need to go in order to help yourself, a family member, a friend, a neighbor.
One of the programs that we do is screenings for individuals in the community in need of either in-home care or possibly nursing facility placement, or something as simple as assisted living facility placement.
We can help in so many different ways, whether it's car repairs or a tire change because you need your vehicle to get to work. And we are here to help alleviate some of those crisis situations when it becomes a burden to the household.
We're here to help. We're here to serve the community and those who visit your community.
This is probably my favorite job that I've ever had, being able to help those in need and knowing that all of us here at the agency really make a difference.
For more details or with any questions you may have, please reach out at 804-758-2348. We're here to serve you.
All right. So hopefully we can drum up some tourism too with that, with those drone shots. I thought those were gorgeous. And so we're going to use this video in a variety of ways: outreach, recruitment, to draw people to the county. Because, you know, if I was watching that, I'd say, oh, well, that looks like a friendly place and fun place to work. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yes, Rebecca, yeah, I would like to say, you know, I'm very impressed with this advertisement that y'all did when RCCF approved the grant money. And I think it's great because it's getting the word out, and that other people don't really know, and being transparent and letting people know exactly what you do. Because if you don't use a lot of those types of benefits that you need, but there are people out there that really need it, but, you know, don't know about it. And this is a good venue to get the word out. So I'm glad that their grant money is really going to do a good job for Middlesex County citizens.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, what's not communicated here is that over the past 2.5 years going through COVID, if there's any department in the county or even in the state that's had their world rocked, it's your department. And I never heard any complaint from your department. It was, we've got twice as many issues and we're dealing with it. And I just congratulate you on that.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It's due to the staff. So, due to the staff, they're hard workers. So, all right.
Great job.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And there is a budget supplement request, and it's for this. We used some funds from one of our county budget lines until we got the grant money, and we're just asking to reimburse that budget line with the grant funding.
You know, also, Rebecca, I was glad when I, heard about it, the money was available for you all to get it, because when you're reaching out and getting calls to some of them, you realize that we got to be on front. Because people just don't know. And we just got to do a better job at different things that we do, because we can't kid ourselves. We talk about, water, sewer, your benefits you can get from it that, went through that department, and people don't know. And they are too proud to really reach out. So we got this tool now, and it's a blessing in itself that the foundation was, able to help. And good thing for Brother Jesse was on the foundation. Sometimes I guess it's who you know, you'll make a difference. But I'm just thankful for the good thing.
Thanks.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the budget supplement request?
I would very much like to make that motion to approve budget supplement request FY 2022-35.
And I'll second that motion.
Motion by Mr. Kuntz, second by Mr. Jesse. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to add on to the Love Fest. It's just, that was amazing. It just goes to show you we're a community of 10,000 with access to capital, with access to technology. That moved me. I said it in front of the papers. I said it in front of Johnny Fleet. That moved me. I saw friends of mine that are working in your department. We're a small community, and we're doing amazing things. Your department leverages a lot of federal money. I think your budget's probably bigger than the county's budget once you look at how much money you're managing. And to Led's point, we just went through something that even our parents never went through. And here we are at this unique opportunity to come out of it. And we all have one thing in common right now. We lived through a pandemic, and we're still small, and we're still feisty, and I applaud you, so thank you. And that's all my discussion.
All right.
Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kuntz?
Very much aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Kimber?
Aye. Motion carries. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you all. Have a good afternoon. Take care.
Next, we have Mr. Fleet on the agenda regarding the Sports Complex Committee.
Mr. Chairman, board members, staff, How about another happy note?
Love it.
I'll bring you a happy note. I was asked to come back before the board. I send a report every year in writing. Been here a few times, but lately, of course, with virtual meetings, it didn't come. I want to tell you about the sports complex. 3 of you or 4 of you in this room. I have my able secretary back here, Jackie Taylor, and we have Wayne on the board, and we have Don Harris on our committee. Rather, I said board, they're actually a committee. Wayne was on there as liaison. Don is a longtime worker in the whole situation and has agreed to take the place of someone else. Also, Craig Revere is on it, and Joe Hyman, and myself. So that's the 7 that compose the board, or the committee, if you will. The story has to be told once in a while because 9 out of 10 people that go to the community complex for whatever use assume it's a county-run organization. And it is. It's a sub-county, but it is actually on its own. It was started in 1993-4 over that winter in the Community on Rural Development under Governor Wilder's administration. And it was one of a 3-part program. One was for health care, one was for recreation, and one was for facilities, if you will. And I chose to be on the one for health care and was a member of the board at hospital at the time, and I chose to certainly get on this one for the sports complex. And it was started as a 501c3, and it was brought before the Board of Supervisors, and we were given, I guess you would call it a lease, I'm not sure the technical word, but as long as we kept it in operation for its initial use description, then we would continue with it. It's on 16 acres. The other part of the population thinks it's a part of the school system, because the school does use it on occasion. And we work out mutual agreements on that, and as should be. But I want to thank you for allowing me to tell you a little bit about it. For some of you, it may be redundant, some probably not, and some in the room, hopefully. We opened it in 1995. At that time, it only had 4 fields and 1 soccer field. Today, you can see from some pictures we'll show in a moment, that is considerably different. We completed 25 years of operation. Excuse me, the end of last year. I have some sort of allergy, so please bear with me. I thought when you got older, you outlived those things. I passed the bar and I still got them. I don't understand it. It must be, and I just hope someone told me today, so maybe it's coming from golf grass or crops. And I said, if it comes from either one of them, I'm in deep trouble. I'll be retiring sooner than I thought. All types of folks use this facility. People think it's just a ball field or a soccer field. All kinds of things go on there. I believe there was a member of our officials in the room that just requested use for a family reunion there, and it happens all the time. It's so many requests of use that our committee thought they'd take the load off of me and pass it on to someone else to help me. So they took down my phone number and put up a couple others. So that's how much use is there. The soccer fields, which were doubled in size, has several different leagues play on it, not only the Y, but many others. And we're told that it is, and I guess, as someone said, it's a poor dog, it doesn't wag its own tail. It is known to be the best soccer field in this part of the country. And we get told that often, so it must be something to it. In the past 5 years, we have, and I'll read these off real quick, we have just built a pavilion, and could you put that slide up? There we go. It's not complete, it's about 90% complete. It was done, much of it by donations, much of it by donation to come, much of it by payment in kind. It's much needed. All the picnic tables you see there, it sits between field 4 and the clubhouse, if you will. We hope it'll be used for a lot of things and be a multiple use building. While we were doing that, we put a new roof on the clubhouse to match that. As I said, we built 2 soccer, we doubled the size of the soccer complex year before last. We have painted all the fences at this point to add life to them. You go to so many parks and they fail to do that, And the next thing you know, they're gone beyond the point of repair. We think it'll add 10 to 15 years of life to the fences. Several fields have had underground drainage installed, and they're much more user-friendly. We have hosted district tournaments. We've hosted state tournaments. I didn't get a slide of this, but this is just one picture of one of the tournaments. These are 13 counties that came to Middlesex to play for a week to 10 days. So it's not just sometimes somebody in the county using it. It's region-wise and sometimes statewide. Last year, we hosted the Major League Division district tournament. 11 counties were involved. This year, we're hosting the Junior District Tournament, in which I think 9 or 10 counties are involved. Starts on June the 24th and ends 4th of July weekend. That brings a lot of folks into the county. One thing we wish we had more of was housing. When we get asked to host a tournament because they think our place is one of the better places to play, the first question is, where are you going to house the people that travel, that know they're going to play the next day and they came from Spotsylvania, or they came from King George, they came where they don't want to drive and come right back every day of the week. So let's just throw that out there for bait. I know we're asking to get some development. Well, our development person needs to think about rooms, real rooms. I know bread and breakfast is great, but when a family comes down to play ball, they want a hotel room or a motel room. That's what they really want. Let's see, on the renovation, we just added to the concession and improved the cooking facility there, made it much safer and nicer. That's what the Little League makes most of its profitable game money from. Our lights are becoming a nemesis. Our lights are 24 years old and 22 years old. It was put up in two parts. You'll see right in that picture, that's Tammy Putney, one of our members, probably the hardest working member, physically certainly, up on that 90-foot lift over the weekend, installing bulbs. We have had a time with the ballasts and the bulbs. They're a GE product. At the time we built the project, we had 2 members on the committee that were GE, either ex-executives or still working for GE. They gave us a $5,000 donation. They gave us a $9,000 car to auction, and they were very active in helping us, and they had the lowest bid. Who would have thought that GE was going to get out of the business? They did. Left us hanging. We're fighting for ability to keep these lights going because they are expensive. So your past support, you basically have we request and you give us the basic money we ask for grass cutting. I call it ground maintenance, the basics. We get a summer like last summer when it rains so much, it gets quite costly. We do it by contract, but it still causes extra things to have to be spent. All the other things you see, everything else you see there came from donations, payment in kind, and work, not from the taxpayers' money, not from your budget. And I think that's a partnership, you would call it. I don't think many things work like that, not in my realm of life, and it's been unusual. It's really been unusual. It's been a joy. It's near to my heart, as Wayne knows, who's been with me from the start. And it's something that's a positive note and a happy note for this county. Along with that, we're going to offer a campaign to rename the fields. When we named the fields, there were $25,000 for naming rights, and it was a 25-year span for which they covered. Well, we passed 25, so we will be starting a campaign to name the fields, and we hope we get response we got the last time. Banks are a little tighter than they used to be, but we got some insiders, and maybe we can work with banks and civic clubs and get something done. Because this maintenance is not going to stop, and we got some other things we want to do. Lighting the soccer field is one of them. It's something could be multi-use and used for a lot of different programs. Someday I would hope that the youth football would return. It would be nice to have that. I mentioned the roadway. It's just some way y'all can help us. I mentioned the roadway. We need help there. We're asking for help. And you have a lot more authority than we do to get that done. It needs an upgrade. Supervisor Kuntz was there and talking about the traffic situation and the parking situation. Yes, we could use some more parking. However, everything north of that sports complex road is on the school property. And the same way on the west side of the complex, that's school property. So we really have nowhere on our property to do that. So whatever would happen would have to be coordinated with the school system. We talk about the quality of the complex. We'll talk about the quality of the complex that went into the high school. That was controversial for a long time. I think anybody that's passed judgment on it in the last 3 to 5 years would say, no, no, no. How did we do without it? I'll share a sidebar story. We have gotten 2 coaches to come into this area, and they wanted to coach. They're not full-time teachers, but they wanted to coach, and they're well qualified. One of them has carried District 6 school to a state championship just recently, as an example. I had not met him. He was coaching as a charitable coaching one of my grandkids, and I got to meet him, and I asked him how he showed up here with his credentials. He said, well, I'm retired from the police force now, and he said, I still want to stay in coaching, and I had it boiled down to 3 places I was going. And he said, I came here first to look at the facility, and I didn't go anywhere else. And I said, you don't understand my past in that, but I thank you from the bottom of my heart that you made that decision, because he has experience. So when we do these things, you know, people want to go where it looks like it's successful. Kids want to play on fields that look like somebody cares. Kids want to dress in uniforms that look like they should look. The pride factor is something we overlook sometimes in attracting people. And the pride in those 2 facilities, I think, speak for themselves. So, Jackie, have I overlooked anything?
Did you want to point out the pictures of the roadway? Chipping up the...
Yes. Here's the roadway. All see your monitors. And what happens there, most of the parking is on the other side of the road. So people have to go back and forth across that. And as I said earlier, with toddlers, with older folks, with walkers, with wheelchairs, and it needs to be improved. That's something that's a little bit beyond our realm of doing. We did buy and put the speed bumps in there because it was also a dangerous situation, and it's still dangerous. So that's why more parking would be an asset. All right. Any questions of me?
I don't have any questions, Johnny, but I would just like to say that, you know, I commend you because you and citizens had a vision. And we have one of the best facilities in the state. And people want to come here and play on this facility. And I'm going to just say it's Johnny's baby. I'm going to tell you that because he nurtured this park. And he'll go by and just check everything out and make sure everything is safe and in order. And that's just the nature of Johnny. And Johnny, I commend you for that because, you know, a lot of other people may not do that, you know. They just want their name there and that's it. But, you know, you made this your baby and I guess the vision came true and you're still looking at it.
Yeah. Well, I thank you, Wayne. I think I'm also wanting to say without the committee and without the functioning 501c3, it would be thrown back into your collective laps because I don't know what would fill the void. So, you know, I've been doing it a long time. Several others have been doing it a long time. I don't know how much longer we'll be doing it. And so that's sort of throwing out I don't know what you call that, a little mystic in the air. But that's part of my reason to be here. Make you all aware that it all goes on, and you don't hear much about the inner workings and the daily routines and the weeks and the seasons, but it's happening. And somebody is, and most of them are volunteers. But Tammy and Jackie have been the heart helping me, absolutely. They're dedicated. When you see Tammy up on there Sunday, I said, Tammy, I'm not going up on that 90-foot. I climbed 90-foot silos for 40 years of my life. I'm not going up there. And he said, oh, we can get it done. So there he was down there Sunday afternoon and Saturday getting that done. And that kind of contribution and that kind of effort is special. And they deserve recognition. I'm just kind of the, I don't know what you call it, director of traffic maybe, whatever. Any questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Great job. Okay, moving along on the agenda, next is a wastewater project update, and we have Jeremiah Burford here from HRSD to give us an update. Hi, Jeremiah.
Hi. Chairman, Board, appreciate giving me the time to go over the project that I presented last month and was asked to go back and talk to the contractor that was MP 013500, Cook's Corner service area. So I did go back and talk to the apparent low bidder, Tidewater Utilities. They had some of their profit items within the section that was asked to be removed, so they did revise that price to about a $600,000 increase from what was proposed in their original proposal or bid. So they came back at $2.467 million as their construction contract. That was with a discussion on the 5th of May, revised proposal on the 12th of May, final discussion on the 16th and 17th of May to negotiate from that number, or to that number. So what I am proposing is a total of $3.164,785 million total project cost, and that includes a 6% contingency, a $135,218 construction contract to SEI, which is the SCADA contractor for this pump station. And then that also includes design and CACI services as well. And I believe that Matt Walker has put the cost up on the screen.
Also, just to add to Jeremiah's comments, we hope to have a more robust update on the overall sewer projects in other areas of the county in the July meeting.
For clarification for everybody, this 3.16 million, this is what the county portion would be? It's always
Yes.
clarifying to point out what is the county portion, because HRSD is picking up
So, some
a great deal of
projects.
the construction.
Yeah, this is the county's portion of this project.
And how long is the bid, the construction bid, in effect?
When do we have to award the contract?
Yeah.
We would need to award the contract by the end of the month. And I need to present this to HRSD's commission by, actually, my paperwork is due this Friday for the end of the month.
Thank you. Matt, do you have any
Yeah,
comment?
just a quick reminder of the board. So if you recall last month's discussion, the gravity sewer came in really high on this project. The bid was pretty intense, and what this, and I've deliberately pulled this slide to bring to the board's attention. What this revision does is it cuts the majority of the gravity sewer that's been proposed in Cook's Corner out of the project, and scales the HRSD component piece, which is at our cost, down to the lift station necessary and the force main necessary and the gravity necessary to bring the lines back out to the road. Not included in the 3.164 cost that Jeremiah just said is the $1 million estimate for our own LPS, low pressure system, collection system lines, and our engineering cost to ask our engineer, Timmons Engineering, to kind of re-engineer that aspect of the project. And I have a comparison for the board if the board would like to see it. All in, the county's costs on the project, if we proceed in this manner, converting and kind of pivoting to an LPS system, is $4.4 million. And if you recall last May, the original bid for the gravity and HRSD pretty much deploying everything, including the engineering costs, was 4.18. So by pulling the gravity lines out, we save money on construction, but we pay more to re-engineer the project, and by the time we add in the cost on our gravity lines, we are a little higher than what the bid was. And I can show that real quickly.
So in essence, it's better to keep it like it was in the beginning, like they wanted to do in the first place, versus the low pressure with the pumps pushing in it.
Given every estimate we've received to date, yes, sir, Mr. Jesse, it would appear that way. We had to get revised costs from the contractor, so the increase from last month's estimates is the increase in construction cost from the contractor that bid the project with HRSD, our $1 million estimate for our own LPS lines, and our engineering costs, which of course is in your packet, and I believe that's estimated at $265,000 for us to engineer our own LPS lines.
I have a couple questions. So I noticed that we have Timmons Group coming in behind this. Is that correct?
If the board chooses to move forward with the LPS option, which would be consistent with other areas of the county, I would ask that you approve that agreement. If the board's decision is to remain with a gravity system at the 4.18 as originally bid back in May, then we wouldn't need that agreement at this time. However, the discussion that we had last month kind of caused HRSD and staff to pause a little bit with the Saluda and the Hartfield engineering that's currently underway. Is currently at the 50% stage. We've kind of paused at that stage to see, does the county want to pivot and do LPS there as opposed to gravity? Because the current estimates on gravity sewer at those locations are just as high, if not higher, than the Cook's Corner project. And if so, we need to stop RK&K from doing those those two projects and pivot over to Timmons and get a revised proposal from Timmons to do the LPS in those areas.
So based on what you just said, how can we as a board make a decision on that today if we're still evaluating what the project's going to be? And if my understanding is correct, the total project doesn't come due until 2024. Am I correct on that?
The total transmission main project would come online in 2024, August
Correct.
2024, early 2025.
Given that, I don't see a clear impact of a quick decision on that today, is my opinion.
It may be a subject the board would want to kick to a work session so we can have more robust discussion than over the podium, so to speak.
Correct.
Specifically, what Jeremiah would need from the board and the county as early as practicable is a decision on the Cook's Corner project.
Well, we don't even meet again until August.
It would have to be a work session. Yes.
So it would have to be something other than what we're talking about today.
It would have to be a work session, yes, sir.
Correct.
Yep.
How about clear this up for me a little bit? Because in what I'm looking at, it looks like we're still going to are still looking at the gravity system and the pump station ability to be able to use that. And I was under the impression that the pump station was not as important if we went to that system. Can you elaborate on that?
With what system? The low-pressure force main?
Yes.
Yeah, you're going to need a pump station going from the low-pressure force main or the grinder pumps from the different residential homes or commercial homes to feed into a gravity system, and then the pump station will collect all the service areas, gravity or service areas, low-pressure force main. That pump station will be designed properly to get into the force main that is out in the middle of Middlesex to head to Saluda or down to York River Treatment Plant whenever that comes online into 2024.
Okay.
So you can't just pump grinders into a transmission force main. It has to go to a collection system. And then once it goes to that collection system or one pump station, the pump station will then distribute to the transmission force main.
So I'm going to try and further clarify and understand these moving pieces. And please correct me as I go along. We need a pump station whether we use low pressure or gravity.
Correct.
Okay, so that's basically a fixed cost, and it's a significant portion of the cost, and it's been engineered.
Correct.
So the incremental engineering that would be necessary to switch to a low-pressure system, essentially, that engineering cost is what puts the total cost of low pressure above the gravity system as you have originally proposed. And if we use the low-pressure system, then the county will be responsible for maintaining and operating the low-pressure portion of that collection system. Whereas if we use the gravity system, then HRSD will be responsible for operating and maintaining that. So essentially, we'd be paying $200,000 more, Matt, for a system that we would maintain, although we would also get a portion of the revenue from it.
That is essentially correct, Mr. Chairman. By maintaining our own collection system, we would get a portion of the user fees going towards collection. Annual estimated revenue of $13,000. And of course, we would have connection fees regardless of whether the county maintains it or not, that could go back to help pay for the project on either case. But if Hampton Road Sanitation District is maintaining the O&M costs on the gravity system, they would collect that collection system portion of the user fee.
So, and I may be oversimplifying, but I worry that we can study this to death. We have a proposal of a fully engineered system that's been bid. The approach with low pressure has been with the idea that we could save significant capital investment, which has proven true in several circumstances. It just doesn't happen to prove true in this circumstance because of the location and the requirement that Cook's Corner provide the pump station no matter what. Is that correct?
The way the numbers work out, it doesn't appear that the low-pressure force main is more more beneficial in the upfront.
Right.
As the gravity currently, just because of we did have to go back and renegotiate with a contractor that already put a competitive bid in.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to that now.
The question I have is, this decision made one way or the other, we go low pressure or we go gravity at Cook's Corner, how many more times are we making this same decision? Or do we already know that the results are in on other sections, and it's the same kind of numbers where low pressure just doesn't offer us the savings? I mean, do we know what it looks like if we look at other parts of the larger system? Or is this the only place we're looking at low pressure?
Matt mentioned Hartfield.
Yep, we had estimates that we worked up last month, but they're estimates, and they're based on the best information we have right now, and based on the preliminary engineering that we received in Deltaville, the low-pressure systems, the construction costs are substantially less expensive.
And is there anything that ties what we do at Cook's Corner to what we do at Hartfield? In other words, if we do low pressure at Hartfield, or at Cook's Corner, does it mean we can't have that same optionality down the road at Hartfield, or vice versa? Is there any linkage there, or can you can Frankenstein the system where this can be low pressure over here, we don't care as HRSD, this can be gravity over here, we'll run that as HRSD? I mean, is there any linkage to like making a benefit or detriment right now to making a decision one way or the other? Does it impact Hartfield and other places?
it shouldn't impact Hartfield or Saluda, I believe is the other one that's being looked at. The only, I guess, benefit if you keep it all as one system would be the O&M cost would be lower because you have a Vector truck in the same area. So your mileage is shorter, but that would be really the only benefit. And then other than who's maintaining and operating the system and what is being maintained and operated by.
And we decide, again, in a one-off basis on the Hartfield project sometime down the road, if we already have a low-pressure system in place, even though it's basically the same cost as gravity, then we've already made the decision to commit to setting up the infrastructure of having a county-operated collection system. And so the unit cost of going from just Cook's Corner and now adding Hartfield, you kind of already have a department doing that. That's the only thing I'm thinking about, because these numbers for Cook's Corner, it's a $250,000 delta with a $13,000 revenue add that is a stream of revenue that's not huge, but it kind of makes these look somewhat similar. And granted, where we're coming from is we were pursuing low pressure for the savings. It's not there at Cook's Corner, but we're pursuing the same thing at Hartfield and potentially Saluda. So, I think I'm where Don and Matt were earlier. I'd like to have a work session where we can go into more detail. And I don't want to belabor this forever and ever, but I just think there is a link between the Cook's Corner decision, the Hartfield and the Saluda. And I don't feel comfortable with just a spreadsheet, sort of knowing that I understand well enough to say, let's do this and sort of set the tone for the rest of the engineering. But I also don't want to hold anything up, but that's just my thinking for now.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'll add to that. I think one difference between Hartfield and Saluda in the Cook's Corner position right now is Cook's Corner is 100% engineered, 100% easemented. It's already been put to bid. It's 4.18. That's it. That's been done. We're at the 50% stage on the engineering in Hartfield and in Saluda. The other key difference, and we went over this last month, but I'll remind the board, the estimates we're using to calculate what the county-operated low-pressure system would be and HRC's gravity system is the amount we serve in Saluda. They're not apples to apples. It's apples to orangutans, actually, because we're serving phase 1 and 2 with the $3 million estimate. We're only serving up here to the intersection with $1.5 million. So that's the contribution towards the lift station and the gravity sewer that comes up just to serve in front of the courthouse. So there's substantial differences there. And there are certain nuances there, too, where the cost sharing of the lift station comes involved in Hartfield, because HRSD is using a great deal of the capacity of the lift station in Hartfield to provide pressure to the interceptor main. They're shouldering a lot of the estimated cost of that pump station in Hartfield. And we are basically shouldering the cost of the collection system and some of the design of that in Hartfield. But you've got a 100% engineered system versus, okay, we're going to back out 20% of that engineering and we're going to re-engineer that to a different type of collection system is the way I look at it.
Well, I think you make a good point, Matt, and I guess what I'm saying is if we can make this decision at Hartfield separately and not feel like we're setting a tone that low pressure never works, that's all. I don't want to find ourselves making a decision here to go with the gravity system and then go into Hartfield and say, well, we never set up a collection system, we shouldn't consider it now. Because the savings are still looking compelling in the early returns.
And my apologies, Mr. Kuntz, I may have misunderstood the thrust of the question. Cook's Corner being one situation with our cost at 4.18, I would still, based on the information I have available to me at this time, still highly recommend we pursue LPS in Hartfield and in Saluda. Recently, we've been having updates and conference calls on the sewer project. There are manholes as deep as 17 foot deep in Hartfield. those are going to be costly to install. The LPS system, it's a lot easier to bore under roads. It's a lot easier to install them because we're dodging utilities now with a water line. We've had some experience with that. I can't imagine a layback and digging a hole deep enough to get a 17-foot deep manhole and gravity going into the device in Hartfield without substantial utility conflicts.
So I may have missed it. If somebody could just restate for me, the reason Cook's Corners LPS is so surprisingly high beyond re-engineering, why are we being surprised that LPS didn't work as well as we thought in terms of savings here?
The estimate on the lift station and the gravity in May was 1.8 million. When Jeremiah and HRC went back and renegotiated with a contractor who had won the low bid, it's now 2.4. You have your associated engineering cost as depicted on Jeremiah's email here. There's your 2.4. You got your design and pre-construction costs that we're responsible for. Construction, SCADA, and whatnot, as Jeremiah's outlined, bringing that total up to 3.1. When you add in $1 million estimated for LPS lines, now this is a variable because we may design $500,000 worth of LPS lines, but we're estimating $1 million. And the engineer cost, we're at the 4.4 number. So that's the difference.
So what's the difference? Like we were pursuing this because we thought it would beat HRSD, right? We thought we could be below 4.1. We turned out to be at 4.4.
Right.
If you were to tell my 7th grader what surprised us that it was 4.4 and not a magical 2.3? Was it the engineering, re-engineering primarily, or?
I would say it's primarily the revised cost from the contractor.
So it's the longer we wait, the more these prices go up in a high inflationary situation.
Well, and I will say this, and I think Jeremiah's going to cringe. We had discussed the possibility of rebidding this to see if we can get a better price. Every engineer I've spoken to about that idea says, please God, no, because we have never seen in this, well, we have not seen recently any rebid coming in with a better price, because it basically defines your low bidder, and they find it difficult to maintain those costs. They've seen the bid work the opposite, where you rebid it, it's now increased. In fact, I think you have a case where y'all went through that recently, Jeremiah. You may want to just throw that out for
Yeah, there's
consideration.
not a personal project, but it's a project I work on. It's another municipality or state agency that took it out to bid. 2017, 2018 was when the initial bid was taken. It came in above the engineering estimates, about 42 million. The project was, at that point, rejected. Came back last month, or February of this year. Took a while to redesign. Eliminated about 40% of the project. Came back in at 42 million.
So almost half of the project was eliminated, and it came in at the same price.
And this was about 4 years between the initial bids and redesign. They did take a while to rebid it, but there was a significant reduction in work.
John, I don't know if that answered your question, but it's those three components.
No, it absolutely, you nailed it.
Very good.
To hear that story, and I'm glad you asked Jeremiah to tell it, it just points to, it's crazy times right now in terms of the way, I mean, that's never happened before in my construction 25 years where the numbers are that different in a matter of years, and it keeps happening. So we can easily make the assumption that we need to hurry because it could get worse, or we could also begin to be some of the people that are saying, when does this carousel end? And, this is before we even talk about interest rates and financing costs and how much they've changed in the last 6 months. But, I have no further questions. I'm more than willing to listen to everybody else at this point.
Mr. Chairman, one final point. Last month, we had factored in a 2% interest rate, and I thank Mr. Coons for reminding me of this. Based on recent conversations with VRA, we're moving to try to close our 2 Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund applications, one for the Cook's Corner project, which more on that in a moment, and the other on the topping project. The interest rates have moved 95 basis points, so now we're up at 2.95. So on this spreadsheet, again, I'm trying to give you the most up-to-date estimates, whereas last month, we estimated it at 2% over 30 years. Now I'm estimating at 3%. So I'm trying to give you the most up-to-date estimates I can, based on the best information available. With respect to the Cook's Corner Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund application, we have a meeting tomorrow at 4 o'clock with DEQ staff to discuss that application. That application was approved, I think, at $1.7 million based on the estimate at the time. We will need to modify that approval to allow for the increased cost if the project moves forward, because obviously we're substantially over 1.7 million. Now, good news, if I have any for the board, is we're still under budget with what we've set aside for reserves, just not as much under as we were last month.
Jeremiah, you've been standing there for a little while, and you've been listening to what we asking questions back and forth. Now, be honest with you, I don't know which one to go for. Tell me which one I should. What is the better one? Which one should we go with? And why?
I'm a component of removing the risk from the owner, the residents, the property owners, and putting the risk back on the municipality. That's the reason, again, last meeting I was going for the gravity sewer, because that takes the onus off of the property owner and it puts it on the municipality who maintains the system. So, but with the low pressure force main, I can see the benefits, especially in the regions that we're looking at for these service areas. I would strongly recommend looking at Hartfield and Saluda and seeing if those are beneficial in the long term. Again, Matt's mentioned that we are at 50% and we have paused from the review of those two projects. And so we hear from the county on what direction you would like to go with those two service areas. But for Cook's Corner, I think either one's going to be a good choice for the service area. It's just where do you want to take it? Do you want the county to be responsible for the O&M of that force main? And do you want the residents and property owners being responsible for their private grinder pumps? Or do you want HRSD to be managing and maintaining that gravity sewer system, including the manholes, from the start to finish of that service area?
So what you're saying is for the 4 million, for 42, whatever, 4,180,000, you saying that y'all put the line in and we don't have to do nothing?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay, but
Other than
what we have in topping right now?
What you have in topping right now
Yes.
is going to be a low-pressure force main system.
And we got to maintain something.
You'll have to maintain all of the force main going from
And
each of the
that's what
residents.
you are recommending?
That is what you guys have moved forward with.
No, I want to know what's best from you. I mean, we throwing away numbers here. Probably topping better justified than doing Cook's Corner based on the numbers, because I'm looking at return. So I'm looking at return, I'm saying where we won't get any money back. So at Cook's Corner right now, we don't have to do anything. Your recommendation would not be the low gravity. And topping, the only thing out of where we're going 18 feet in the ground, we're not going to install it. So I'm saying that we can't keep on paying y'all money to do the same thing. We're going to spend $5 or $6 million, and we still wouldn't have nothing done. And, as you being engineer, so I want a recommendation from you, then justification why. Then I want to look at the cost. Now, topping, I can see topping, we're going to be getting some revenue. I guess something, probably nothing from the sewer anyway. But I can, it's whether we're going to get it done. I just got to have something. I need probably a work session, something I can set down, because right now, I don't know. Right now, I really don't know. So what you say is very important, and everything else is getting kind of confusing, because interest rate can be interest rate. What we can buy, what we can go in debt, what we put money aside, and all this kind of junk. That's another ballgame.
Yeah.
I just don't know, man. I just don't know right now. I'm leaning one way or the other, based on the 4.1, but I thought it wasn't like that when we went the other way when we talked last week, and this done flipped it on me. I would say people don't want the responsibility of having to do this kind of stuff. And where they need it at is where they need it at. Well, I don't think we can look at the biggest savings in another area and put it in another area. I think that's a big mistake. The one that they got the most savings in seems like to me the Deltaville area. So we can do more reasonable up the other end of the county, because shoot, we might just make a right turn and keep going. We don't know. So I'm just kind of like leaning toward topping in Coos Corner, but I don't know which way to go. But that's what I'm looking at right now, based on the cost factors and there's a lot of other information we got to have an ability to pay. But I think probably one work session will be good.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll just say real quickly, Ken Turner, our engineer with Timmons, is here tonight to help answer any questions you may have. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, now, I'm just looking at, like I say, 50% is done right here at Coos Corner. And I'm looking at, hey, that 4.18. I'm looking at going that way right now instead of trying to change up, because, more you delay, more things gonna go up. All right, and then I sit down and look at it, if you look at the low pressure system, now you're gonna have to have somebody maintain it and work it and all that stuff like that. You gotta pay somebody to do that. So you gotta look at that too. And you got somebody that gonna have to do that, but I think right now for the Coos Corner area, it's a no-brainer to me. Because, HRSD taking care of it. They're gonna do everything. They're gonna have to change out all those pumps when they go bad. The big pumps I'm talking about, the collection pumps, right? The big pumps. I'm talking about big dollars. Versus the county having to do that, and then we gotta hire somebody with, and then benefits and all that. Hey, right here, to me, it's a no-brainer right now for what we're processing right now, because I can tell you, any big companies now, hard finding help, and they're gonna bid on something, price gonna go up, material going up, diesel fuel going up, everything going up. So right here is no, to me, I'm just telling you, being realistic, this is no problem to me. It's easy. Look at the numbers. Dollars and cents gonna speak a whole lot. And why pay a whole bunch of more money for something and then you're gonna have to maintain it? And they done did all the boring and stuff they had to do here. Think about it. They did a lot of boring. No, they didn't. Yes, or did they? That's for the water. Take it back. Take it back. That was for the water.
They can't put their sewer in our water line.
I winded myself back. The water's been done. But anyway, I'm just saying, when you got a company that is, used to doing this kind of stuff, that have the expertise of doing it, let them do it up here. Now, down in the Deltaville and all the other areas, that's a different ballgame. But we already got this in place, just about 50%. Now, why go change the wheel and spend more money on it? It don't make sense to me. But it's the will of the board. Now, for this here, I think you need to keep on rolling, because if you don't, it's going to keep going up.
I'm happy to have a work session if my colleagues would like to do that. My personal feeling is much along the lines of Wayne, what we have here. I ask myself the question, if we choose low pressure, is it going to cost less? No. If we choose low pressure, are we confident in the cost as compared to an HRSD proposal that we have that's bid? They have easements in place, which we don't have for low pressure. They know what they're doing. So the risk is like as minimal as it could possibly be, and compared with the unknowns that we have, and then we have the time factor. So personally, I would agree with Wayne. I would prefer to move ahead with the HRSD proposal for the gravity-based system, but if my colleagues are uncomfortable with that, then we can schedule.
I'm comfortable with going forward. We're gonna end up costing more money. I'm comfortable with what Wayne and what you were saying based on what we have right now. Especially for Coos Corner, I'm kind of like almost comfortable with topping too, so I'm getting tired of spending money over and over the same thing and end up doing it. You're going to make your mind to do it, you do it. If you're not going to do it, don't do it. So I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable today. Work session is always going to be good for understanding, but you get to a point you can't back up. That's just information. I can't be an engineer overnight, so I just gotta look at it based on the numbers. I don't see too much economic development. We said we hired somebody else? We got somebody?
He's right there, sir.
Well, he started making some money, so he started earning his money right now because this sewer is not gonna put nothing in our pocket, so we just have to go on that.
And
But thank you, Jeremiah. I think you was leading to the same thing they were saying. And stand up for what you believe in, man. You're a young guy. I was your age, I would told him right straight up which one to go for, we gave him an option.
He's got to be diplomatic. He's representing HRSD. Mr. Chairman, if I could just add real quickly, if y'all do decide to move forward with HRSD doing the gravity system, then we're pretty much set for Cook's Corner, and we can report that back to the commission through Jeremiah, and we can work with VRA and DEQ on that. We could still have a work session on Saluda and Hartfield because they're only at the 50% design stage, and now is the time to stop that to pivot over to LPS there, and we could do that at a work session. But one of the things I would ask the board's authorization for today, regardless of what you do with Cook's Corner, authorize us to say, yeah, pause on pause on Saluda and Hartfield until we have that work session and get that fleshed out a little bit more.
I have a question for the attorney. So for making one or other of these approvals, do we have to make that in a generalized meeting?
Oh, for you to be able to take it, could you?
So here's my scenario.
Yeah.
If we were to have a work session and ultimately want to approve what we're talking about, do we have to wait till the August meeting to be able to do that?
No, sir. The custom of this board has not been to normally take action at work sessions. However, they are a public meeting with proper notice. And if we stated that that was the intent of this special work session to take action, I think that would be, it would be absolutely legal, but it would also help to notify your public. The key is, how we communicate the purpose of the work session. If it's just for gathering information, we would want to state that. But if you're going to take action, then we just would want to communicate that. But it's perfectly legal to take action at a work session.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that being said, it's not a crucial time to make that decision today or tonight. We could make it at a later date prior to August meeting, correct?
I would say you can make that decision prior to the HRSD deadlines, which I believe are June.
That's correct.
30th. Yes, sir. So yes, sir. But not the August. I'd say June 30th.
How much public
Yeah.
notice,
Yeah,
how
just
many
close.
days public notice are necessary for the meeting?
3. 3 working days. Or you could announce it today. I mean, if you had a work session tomorrow.
But Jeremiah's got paperwork he's got to get to the commission on Friday, I believe.
Yes, it's due on Friday to the commission for our commissioners to review and approve the action as well. That's part of the agreement between HRSD and Middlesex.
Could I make a motion for discussion at least, see if it gets us to the point we're all wanting to go?
Of course.
I'd like to move that we authorize HRSD to move forward with the HRSD design gravity system today and set up a workshop in the next week and a half to 2 weeks to discuss Saluda and Hartfield low-pressure options and just get us all more current with the sewer project in general as we're getting into more decisions in the near term.
Would you repeat the first part of that?
I'm saying my motion is that we approve HRSD to move forward with the gravity system, the $4,180,000 option that was originally designed, but that we still go ahead and have a workshop so that we're more prepared and current with the thinking on Saluda and Hartfield options that are still coming down the road and may still be attractive.
Okay, so with that motion, however, you're approving them to go ahead with the project at Cook's Corner?
Yes.
At this juncture?
That's my intent of my motion, and then I would need a second for us to get into discussion.
Okay, just to follow up with that, why even have a work session if you're going to make that motion now?
Well, we'll see if we get a second.
I'll second it.
So to answer, if I may, to answer your question, I think it's important that we have a work session. I don't think I don't think we'll not come to a conclusion that we all can agree on today without a work session. But I think for myself, have heard enough to understand that we need to authorize HRSD to move forward in a timely manner. I think I've heard enough to understand that the gravity system makes better sense for Cook's Corner, but I'd like to be a little more well-versed going into the upcoming Saluda and Hartfield decisions that seem more and more imminent as we're in the 50% stage. So, if the workshop is only attended by me, that's okay too. But for right now, my motion is essentially to get HRSD to move forward with the gravity in Cook's Corner, but give me an opportunity to have a work session.
And I have no problem with any of that, with respect to the fact that I happen to be a person that I don't like to make decisions unless I know everything I need to know about that. And there's already been several questions that have come up that have not necessarily answered that for me. So that's where I stand on it.
And just one final thought there. I mean, I thought I was sensing consensus, and I wasn't meaning to limit anybody's voice or opinion on the matter. I've wavered in the last half hour from pretty on the fence to pretty convinced, and I'll admit that. But I've also been studying it as we all have for quite a while. But having heard what we've heard, and knowing the urgency, and knowing the pressure of construction costs that are ballooning in abnormal paces, and interest rates that are doing the same, I do feel urgency, and I know that we, as boards, not just Middlesex, but I think a lot of times we do find ways to table things and move them when in fact we've been discussing this for years. And it took me a minute to wake up to what we're talking about from even last month on this front. And the reality is we were looking for low pressure because we thought it could save us money. It doesn't save us money here. My concern then became, well, does that make us look at Hartfield when that decision comes up and say, well, let's just stay away from low pressure because we've already made that decision once. But, I feel like we've had enough discussion to sort of say, well, you have to look at these individually, Saluda, Cook's Corner, and Hartfield, and Cook's Corner in particular. It didn't work out. The opportunity that we wanted to have didn't come to pass. And I don't think it changes our view on the optionality that we have in Hartfield and Saluda still. So that's how I got comfortable enough to make a motion.
Any other discussion?
Yeah. I would just like to say too, if you look at the numbers, and it's the cost. That's the thing about it. You can have all the work studies you want, but they ain't gonna change the numbers. We can understand everything. You can understand everything you want to understand and be like an engineer, but is that going to change the price? And what we're looking at it being with taxpayers' money, and you want to be able to do something in a good and fashion order, but also if we wait and keep waiting and this is almost a done deal. This is not over here because you still got to do more engineering and all that kind of stuff on this the LPS, which hadn't been, you still got to work on it. This has been, it's done. We got the numbers here. That number going to be even higher than what we see now on something that we have, with the low pressure because they hadn't been finished yet. And then you got to get out bids on that. So, you can have all the work study, that's going to change that number. And if you can change that number, then yeah, I'm good for that. But if that's not going to change that $4 million and $8 million, what's the work study going to do? Get somebody in here and give you that information, and if it changes them numbers, yeah. If that can change them numbers to $1 million on the work study, then yeah, I'm for that. But it's not. It's not.
Any other discussion?
Well, Jeremiah, the 4.1, like I've been saying from day one, I guess it's been a little while when we talked about sewer. Saluda, Cook's Corner, and topping, that's what we talk about. I'm sticking along that. And I think a work session would be good because I just want to understand just a little teeny more about topping. But I probably won't change my mind about it. I got a little bit of sense out. So I just think that we go forward. We can't keep on waiting. And that's just my opinion. I think we should go forward with it. I'm not gonna change my mind about it, and that's just about it.
Any other discussion? So, I don't know if this is in order or not, and somebody please correct me if it's not. We have Ken here available to talk about the alternative, and I'd love to know, Ken, if you think we're making a mistake if we go ahead with what we've got. That would answer a lot of questions for me. I have tremendous respect for the work that you've done, and if you wouldn't mind chiming in, I would really appreciate it.
My question for Jeremiah, does the 4.18 include the gravity? Because I thought you came back with the right-sized price to take the gravity out and do the pump station and the force main only.
The 4.18 is the contract including a 6% contingency.
With the gravity sewer?
That's total project cost.
With the gravity sewer?
Yes.
Okay. Based on what I've heard, I believe that the time associated with re-engineering and the cost associated with re-engineering to go to low pressure in Cook's Corner is not warranted at this point. I didn't have the numbers in front of me, and I'd have to start from square one, and we do have the 2-year deadline that we're looking at. So that's my opinion.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure if that's what everybody wanted to hear, but I didn't have these numbers in front of me.
Welcome to my world, Ken. I would like to say one final thing, Mr. Chairman. I don't think anyone more than Ken Turner and I wanted to come in with a good number tonight, because there is a consistency of having the same type of system in Deltaville and in Topping and in Hartfield and in Saluda. But we're so far down the road at Cook's Corner, we've already bid it. And with the contractor revising his price upwards to $2.4 million, you're leaving a lot of money on the table when you try to shift over. And I won't belabor the issue anymore. You've got the delta between the two numbers. If the board did choose to go with the 4.18 and the HRSD design gravity system, Jeremiah's got his marching orders and the commission builds the project. The only other decision we need to make and need to work with DEQ on is revising our contract amount or our application amount, which preliminary discussions with DEQ staff have led me to have the, well, not led me, I'm under the understanding that's not as big of an issue as you may think. They're used to funding applications more. Last but not least, we got some of these final numbers in late Friday. I didn't plug them in until this afternoon. As soon as we did, I called my chairman. And I do apologize again to the board, because sometimes you feel like, yeah, we're getting this at the last minute. We tried to include as much as we could in the packet. Hearing everything and presenting on the matter, my recommendation would be y'all go ahead and move forward with HRSD's design gravity system tonight. Give Jeremiah what he needs for his marching orders for his paperwork to the commission on Friday. Give me a direction for my discussions with DEQ staff along with HRSD tomorrow, and hold a work session at a time convenient for everybody. Give Ken time to sharpen pencil, take a look at his engineering costs for Saluda and Hartfield, and also brief the board a little better on Topping. So, and Delta for that matter, so you understand why that system costs less construction-wise as we've stated, and I think is the fact. So with that being said, I'm going to stop rambling and let you all talk.
Don, could Ken answer any of your questions?
Well, it puts Ken on a pretty difficult spot, because although I know you're familiar with the whole project, but all we're doing is looking at numbers here. You haven't been able to put a pin to any of those numbers, I'm assuming.
That's correct.
To make a
That's correct.
informed opinion about what we got or what we don't have. I know some parts of that you can and have.
Yeah.
But
Somebody had commented earlier about the differences between Deltaville and Cook's Corner. A gravity system in Deltaville is just not practical. The houses are so spread apart, and you need 2 or 3 more pump stations, and the low pressure just is more convenient for Deltaville. You get it in a small force main, you need 1 pump station, so that just turned out to be more cost-effective. But based on the time that I've heard the discussions transpire and seeing the numbers, there is, sunken engineering cost, and then there's the time factor as well, that I don't want to adversely impact the schedule and hold up progress. So, I don't know if I answered your question or not, but I have not had a chance to look at the estimate, and I know that if we had to do a couple borings, we've got one that we're looking at under General Puller Highway that's crossing the 4-lane road. That's gonna be very costly, and then we have to cross another road to get over to the convenience store. So those 2 borings in itself are gonna be quite costly. And then we have the additional piping to run to get to discharge of the collection system. And like you said, numbers are right in front of you, and it's been an eye-opener for me as well. So I'm not going to tell you.
Well, thanks for both of you being here today and giving us your opinions.
Thank you so much. Any other discussion? We've got a motion duly made by Mr. Kuntz, second by Mr. Jesse. You have roll call, please.
Mr. Kuntz?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Nay.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we'll talk during a recess about possible times for a work session and then
Okay.
come back at the end of the meeting.
Sounds good.
Do you also need something to direct him to put the other 2 on hold? Yeah.
We are presuming that it's the board's desire to put the other engineering on the gravity systems in Saluda and in Hartfield on hold until such time as you have that work session to make a final decision. Is that presumption correct?
As long as it's in a timely manner. I don't want us to hold things up beyond a couple of weeks to get this work session in place and get everything. I mean, it's all current in our minds. Let's get together for as long as we need and keep.
We discussed this in our last coordination call with HRSD. We were reviewing the Saluda and Hartfield plans and see no one's telling the engineer to stop work. They're paused now, but we need something a little bit more official, at least by consensus from you, in order to kind of say, yeah, HRSD, pause them. So,
What's the will of the board on confirming we'd like them to pause till we have the work session? John? Very good. And here as well. Thank you. Okay, next is a report only from the Middlesex Broadband Authority, pages 72 through 73 of your packet. John, do you have any comments?
Just wanted to give everybody a heads up that, some of the major projects that we've funded are actually happening and in the ground, and you'll see going forward in your packet, there is a broadband report, and as you review that month to month, both Kevin and I are happy to take questions about our progress and also feedback about our reporting, because, one of the things we at the Broadband Authority are really working on is not just transparency, but ease of getting the information in terms of how these projects are progressing. But we are marching forward towards universal broadband, and happy to take questions every subsequent month from here as you review those.
Thank you. This report's in a great format, easy to read. Next is the airport project update. Mark Flynn, welcome.
Good afternoon. So I have a few reports and requests for a couple of action items. Let's see here. All right. You do have before you the amendment to the master agreement that basically increases the maximum possible cost from 1.3 to 1.5 million. It does reiterate that the county's only obligation is to send to Delaware Corporation, Oscar Barber, the monies that the Department of Aviation actually awards to the project. So it does not, this amendment does not increase the risk of the county anymore. But as you all were just discussing and major increases in the cost of construction, Mr. Barber has identified that he's got increases. And so you do have that before you. I don't know your procedures, if you want to go ahead and act on that now or after we finish this.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, it might be good to take this in pieces. Maybe this is, if there's any, maybe this is a good one to start
Yeah.
with, and then we can kind of, unless there's, if the board might want to have a robust discussion on this, I don't know.
The first piece being the resolution that's proposed on page 74.
Yes, sir. That's what I think, Mr. Flynn, unless you disagree. I think
No,
that's a
that's
good
great.
component to start with.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I would propose that this amendment is really pretty straightforward and simple. This is the easy part.
There needs to be a action taken on the resolution that's in your packet.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
For the comprehensive agreement, correct?
Yes, sir, dated June 1, 2021. Yes, sir.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Harris, second by Mr. Jesse. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Coons?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye.
All right, thank you. A few updates. There was a DEQ study, and really the only real issue was from the Department of Historic Resources, which has to do with the Perkinson Trust property, the historic home, and what came out of that in the DEQ report proposed by Historic Resources is planting hedges along the two sides of the Perkinson Trust property, 20, 30 feet wide. I had a phone call with DHR, Department of Aviation, Mr. Perkinson, and I was representing the county. Last week, we now have an MOU that I'm working on that will just provide for that. And I think that will take care of so that's not ready for adoption at this point. But I think consider that just a logistical issue, not a substantial one. The cost is not very great for it. DOAV is talking with an arborist to make sure that the bushes that go in are evergreen and don't grow too tall and don't attract birds. So, I don't know. I think maybe they may end up with saguaro cactuses. I'm not sure. I will note then that that'll be a reimbursable cost that's under the comprehensive agreement is on Mr. Barber, and then that will be submitted to the Department of Aviation. And the fact that the Department of Aviation has already participated in this recognizes that it's a cost that's necessary. I don't think that'll be an issue either. So there's that one. We have really one piece of property to acquire fee simple. That's from Jamie Barnhart. As you all know, he's very supportive of the project. That's just a matter of just finishing it. That's no big deal. The bigger deal are the navigation easements. There are actually a total of 6. One is from Oscar, so that's not tough. But there are 3 that are, the 2 properties across the road are the Putt family and Robert Roberts. Those are the 2 major ones. And then beyond them, but that navigation easement goes up as it goes out. So beyond them, there are 3 property owners, Tony Key, William Bristow, and Crystal Henry. Mr. Key, it's 1/100th of an acre. Mr. Bristow, the Bristows, it's .13 acres. So those, and Oscar's working on contacting those people. He did happen to note to me that Tony Key works for him from time to time, so I think the negotiation shouldn't be too tough there. Who knows? But anyway, so I met with the Putts, it was last week, I guess it was. Yeah, I met with the Putts and Robert Roberts about acquiring have the application easements over their properties, and had no success. I offered a fair amount of money, actually tentatively offered more than I had authority to offer, but like a used car salesman, it's horse trading, you would think. But their position is that it doesn't matter, the money doesn't matter, that they will not acquire. Now, normally that would really hold up the project. However, in working with the Department of Aviation, the department has tentatively said, this isn't a final answer from them, but if the county commits to acquiring those navigation easements, either through purchase or eminent domain, whatever is required, that then the department will allow the construction work to go ahead, as long as we get the other things, the MOU, those things. But actually acquiring the easements would not be required. They would just require the department would just want to see from the board that you are committed to moving forward on those acquisitions. It's useful to note that both of those properties, the folks acquired the properties, I think it was both were in 2018. So, they came to the airport. It was already going on. The change in angle of the flight path going out doesn't really have much effect on either. It actually probably a little bit of a positive benefit for Mr. Roberts because it pulls the traffic a little bit away from his house, although the easement does go over a part of his house. It's only over land on the Putt property, but in any event, those facts did not have any real influence in their decision, their statement to me that they would not be interested, they're not willing to sign an easement. So that's where we are, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. In order to move this forward, what I need is, or what the county needs, I believe, is a motion, I think is probably the action you would take, that the county board does commit to moving forward with the acquisition of the navigation easements, either by purchase or eminent domain if necessary. There is there are steps you have to take for eminent domain, and a second part of that would be the board would agree to employ, it's Randolph Boyd and Cherry. It's a law firm in Richmond that does a lot of local government eminent domain. That's what they do. Working with Jeff Sharp, who's used them recently, their rates are very fair. That should be reimbursable because it's the proper cost of acquiring property is a part of it. So in any event, I would also ask for that motion.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to clarify one point real quick, Mark, I believe the board authorized you to negotiate these easements. I'm aware of the figure that you had mentioned. You were authorized to do that. I just want to correct the minutes and the record on that. They authorized you to negotiate with the property owners. But I just have a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. Chairman. The applicants or the easement hold, I don't know what to call it, the landowners, the property owners, they're aware that this project can't continue without that abrogation easement. Is that correct?
They are, yes.
And they did tell you that money is not an option, that they just, it's a principle thing, that the money's not important?
Yes, they did.
Were they aware that if we proceed by eminent domain, the offer could be less?
I specifically advised them that, one, it's up to what the commissioners or jury authorizes, that and I talked with Randolph Boyd and Cherry about what are those kinds of navigation easements actually going for, and it's nothing like what I offered.
Right. It's my understanding too. And I guess the last question I have, Mr. Chairman, well, it's more of a statement. I don't think the county or the water authority or any HRSD, I don't think any government entity ever wants to go through eminent domain. But in order to proceed with this project, you may have to. And the only people who benefit, pardon me, I know you're an attorney, sir, and I'm sitting beside one, but the only people that benefit through eminent domain are the attorneys. That's a statement.
And I
will
also
refrain from any further.
And I did make a point of reminding the folks and actually that if it goes to eminent domain, the award that they get may be less than what I'd offered, and they have to pay their attorney's fees. When a locality files eminent domain, the attorney's fees are not the responsibility of the condemning, and I'm confident that it'll not be a problem with the offer being too low. That's the thing that can trigger attorney's fees flipping. But in any event, and I suggested that they should talk with an attorney so they can have a more realistic understanding of where they actually stand. So Mr. Roberts indicated that he would not hire an attorney.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, then I guess Mr. Flynn needs y'all to make a motion, but I would recommend y'all have an additional closed session to discuss some of the intricacies in the negotiation, please, sir.
Yes.
Maybe there's another attempt that can be made before we pull that trigger.
So if I may, you could go into, we already have closed sessions. We can add that to the agenda, and then you could come out and take action. You can go into a closed session now. It is or none at all. It is the board's decision. But I do believe Mr. Flynn needs you to take some form. Is it today we need to take that action, or do we?
It would be helpful, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for me to understand the negotiation posture of the board. I won't take much time. So that's the good news.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, we go into executive session.
If that's your desire, I'll be
With
happy to
Mark
help assist you
Flynn
with
there,
that. Yeah, I'll help you with
So
that
we can
language.
discuss this, I would like to do that.
Would you like to do that now? Because I'll help with the motion language. I just
Yes,
was looking for
yes, I
direction
would,
when.
We have a closed session scheduled
We have-
near the end of this.
Oh, okay, well,
this
whatever.
portion, and so we can just add this as what's now a fourth item for closed session.
Okay, that would be better.
Okay.
That'd be
Do
more
we want a
appropriate.
second?
That'd be more appropriate.
Do we want a second, or do we want to rescind the?
I want to rescind my motion.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll rescind my motion.
So it sounds like, Mr. Flynn, if we may, we'll add this to the closed session under acquisition of real estate, probable condemnation litigation, and consultation with legal. And I'll assist with that
Okay.
motion language at that time, but we'll add a third session. So if you don't mind hanging out with us a
No,
little
I'm
longer,
good.
please.
So, and Mr. Administrator, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to take up the two issues now or after the closed session. I'm either way. And that is the commitment to acquire the property through whatever means.
I would recommend that after closed session,
Okay.
please. I think we need
Yeah.
to, I know that I have quite a few questions as one attorney to another, so I think, and I'm sure the board does too. So let's have that, if I may, I think we should discuss that, and then we could let the public know we're going to absolutely be taking action after closed session.
Is that the only remaining item that you have? for
Yes,
us?
sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Good,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
All right, next is Dave Prett's report.
Yes, sir. Some board members received some calls regarding short-term rentals or what we call tourist homes or Airbnbs. Appropriately, the board members that were contacted kind of deflected it to staff and said this is really a planning matter that needs to start there. So in response to that, trying to be responsive to the citizens and the board, I'm going to initiate a review and possible amendment to our tourist home section, I think it's 15-29, I believe. Yes. So we'll have the planning commission initiate that review on Thursday night, during our Thursday night meeting. And I think we all understand that can be a process. Sometimes we'd like to get citizen input, but also it'll go to ordinance committee, and it may go back to ordinance committee. So, it's a process. I just want the public to know and the board to know that will be done, and we'll look at it. And eventually, if an amendment's warranted, it'll have to obviously go through a public hearing process and back to the board for final action. So that's all I had. The only other thing I had, and I'm going to kind of dovetail on some of the VDOT conversation we had, and John had mentioned the possible roundabout. It appears, I just got this word Friday, so it wasn't time to incorporate it in a board packet, but 3 of our projects have advanced to the next stage in smart scale, one being the Town Bridge Road project, the widening improvements on that. The second one being the Regent Road and Route 3 intersection, possible improvements to that, and also intersection improvements at the corner of Stampers Bay Road and Route 3, or Twigs Ferry Road. So I'll advise that I'll try to put together some things to update the board on that. To go forward, they will need resolutions from the board, so you will be hearing more about it. But evidently, most of the projects that we had in this region advanced forward, so that doesn't mean they'll all be funded or put into the project bucket, but we did we did make it to the next step. So I just wanted to mention that. Didn't make it in the board packet, but just quickly mention that, so.
Good.
So does anybody have any questions about anything while I'm up here? I know you have a long session. You're probably ready for me to sit down. Thank y'all.
Dave, real quick, the tourist home ordinance is dealing with Airbnbs, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
correct, yes. Yep.
All right, thank you, Dave. Next is Pump and Haul Ordinance and Agreement. Mark and Heather?
Yes, I invite Mr. Longest to join us. We're going to talk about a very popular topic, waste disposal, sewage. And with that, Mark, I'll let you take the lead.
Yes, so what Heather and I have got together, we've drawn up an agreement and an ordinance for Pump and Haul. We've had a few questions from more businesses than residential use for failing septic systems that when they've failed, they've gone to the health department, the cost to actually put in a higher treated system is more than what they're looking at. And so we've got some businesses, mainly restaurants, that are looking to be on a permanent pump and haul versus a temporary. The county health department only gives a temporary for about a year before they want them to either fix the system. And some of these system costs are thousands of dollars to 20, 30, 40,000, depending on the size. So what we've done is got with the health department on, I think, 2 to 3 locations that are having issues that we've kind of asked them to agree to allow them to continue their pump and haul until we can take over. We do have
Take over with the sewer system,
take over with the sewer
We're not taking
system.
over.
Yeah, not taking over the actual pump and haul and cost of it. But I may be wrong with the date, but I believe around 2013, the board passed a resolution when the new courthouse complex was built that we were actually on a pump and haul until we could tie into the sewer system here. So at that time, we only had the resolution, so we actually needed a ordinance at this point. So we wanted to have some sort of ordinance and an agreement that if we do go through and have it approved in public review, that if a location property owner came to us, we would have a process to put them on a list, have an agreement of who's going to be pumping the system, who's going to be maintaining it. There is in that agreement and also the ordinance some sort of bond. So if they fail to pump my thoughts and direction with it is that we won't be responsible. We'll have money set aside to do that. And at that point, in that agreement, if they fail to continue, we can remove them from that agreement and notify the health department that they are no longer on the pump and haul, so that we won't incur the cost of continual pumping. And hopefully, we won't have to get to that point. But if you've read through that ordinance, the main thing we're trying to do is that if there's a restaurant or a business that's having issues with their on-sites, that we would like to get them on the pump and haul, and then when we get the sewer to come through, when it goes through, they are to hook to that system and be pulled from the pump and haul. So it's kind of an incentive that we want to keep that business going. We've had some businesses already calling that haven't talked to us, but they want to get on there. So it is a benefit, but it is going to be a tracked kind of system where I believe I'm going to try to bring each one to you all that they're going to be on the list. I think they may be able, the board is, y'all have to be the ones to actually approve these units going in there. But we have an ordinance and we have an agreement, so hopefully we have to go through the process to get it. But we have sent it to the health department. Mr. Fridley with the health department has given some comments that doesn't see anything wrong with it right now, but we still have to go through a process. So I'm here to answer any questions I can on it.
Just as a brief follow-up to Mr. Longus, so the code allows you, as the locality, the health department's allowed to issue like a temporary 1-year pump and haul. If the facility, the existing structure, residential, commercial, cannot install its own sewage disposal system, and the health department decides that for us. We do not have a utilities director who can determine that as other localities. So the health department, for example, there's a very large business that brings a lot of seasonal visitors to us that needs this, and the health department has said their current septic system is not going to work. They need long-term pump and haul. So now there's a mechanism within the code if you've adopted an ordinance or a resolution, and we have a resolution, but staff felt we needed to adopt an ordinance so that we could give everybody clear guidelines, including staff, on how to proceed. So now when an existing structure, commercial, residential, needs long-term pump and haul, which means for more than 1 year, we have a process. If the board sends this to public hearing and adopts it, the person would fill out an application, the property owner. Mr. Longus will review it. We'll make sure it's been vetted with the health department. At that time, it would come before you. And so the way this would work is it does allow existing residential and commercial structures to continue to exist until. This isn't a forever solution, but this is a longer solution than 1 year. And so they will have to be bonded, they'll have to put things in place to ensure that they're properly pumping out these systems. Because the county is ultimately responsible. We are basically saying, we will allow you to be on our permit with the health department if you abide by these rules. If they fail to abide by those rules, the county is on the hook. And so that is, again, why staff and I felt it very important for us to have a detailed ordinance explaining that there are certain requirements we're going to put in place so that the county has financial remedies and other access to, if someone fails to properly pump and haul, you have money to take over until we can fix it. This is the short version. So what we're seeking today is any comments or questions, but then a direction for public hearing, please.
Comments?
I was going to say,
Questions for Mark?
if there's none.
I know I've had several cases brought to my attention where this is really important. And so I've looked over the proposed ordinance in advance and asked a couple of questions, but I'm fine with it myself.
Is it a consensus to send this to public hearing? All right, I'm getting nods of the head, so Mr. Longus and I will make sure this goes to public hearing. If not July, it'll be on the August agenda between the next 2 months. Thank you, Mark.
Great.
And thank you, Mark, for all your
Thank
hard
you.
work on this.
Thank you.
Okay, next regular agenda item, citizen appointments. Anne Marie, we've got a lot of hot updates to the citizen appointments this month, right?
Miss Betty did offer to take over
Oh,
this.
she did. Okay. You delegated, okay.
Well, before you have an updated list of citizen appointments, because we received several additional applications in the last day, or yesterday. Currently, we have 5 vacant positions, 4 of which have names associated with them. Several have multiple names associated with them. Do you want me to,
Thank you. Shall we go through,
might want to go through?
particularly the vacancies where there are multiple names for any discussion?
I would.
And one matter was tabled from last month as well, as you'll recall. So if you take them in order, you're good to go.
Okay, let's start with the Board of Zoning Appeals. We have 2 names, and this is the one that was deferred, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And I do have an update on Mr. Ingram, who is now a property owner.
Wonderful. So I addressed the board's concerns under confidential memo on that. Happy to answer any questions.
So Mr. Ingram is now compliant with the ability to be voted for that position. Is that what I'm hearing?
He meets the state code requirement, which is controlling in this instance. Yes, sir. He is a resident of this locality.
Okay.
John, this is in your district. Any comments?
Nope. I move that we accept the application.
For which candidate? There's 2.
We have 2
I thought we had
applications,
3.
Sharon Burke and Ryan Ingram, for the BZA.
For Ryan Ingram for the Board of Zoning Appeals, Hartfield District.
Do we need to vote on each one of these?
Mr. Chairman, typically we wouldn't, but in this particular instance, because there are so many candidates for each one, Ms. Muncy, I don't know if you, I think it would be helpful to go through each one. Or you can make it a collective motion, but we need to, you've got multiples.
At least for these 2.
Yeah, so how about Economic Development Authority we'll take, and then the rest you can kind of do in a lumps.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, so John, is that a motion for Mr. Ingram?
It is.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne. It was really lonely there for a minute.
Motion by Mr. Kuntz, second by Mr. Jesse. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Williams? Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kuntz?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Next, for the Economic Development Authority. My overview on these candidates is Mr. Hyman only applied for this Economic Development Authority position. Mr. Crittenden, Jerry Crittenden, applied for 3 different positions that would be of interest to him, including Planning Commission. Mr. Hyman's background includes ownership of marinas, a marina or marinas in Gloucester, as well as his business experience. Mr. Crittenden also has significant business experience. Mr. Schaefer applied for a wide variety of positions, and my recommendation would be for Mr. Hyman for the Economic Development Authority, and to accept the willingness of the other 2 candidates to serve in other roles. And so that's my 2 cents that I would add to the discussion of these candidates. Any other comments?
No, I don't have any comment. I'll make a motion that we appoint Joe Hyman.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Kuntz. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kuntz?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint George Sneed to the Johnson Grass Committee and Baxter Phillips III to the Keep Middlesex Beautiful Litter Committee. and listening to council as I always do, I would like to add to that motion a nomination of Marilyn South to the Planning Commission, R.D. Johnson II to the Planning Commission, Woodson Armstead to the Wetlands Board, Casey Mewborn to the Broadband Authority, Steve Barnett to the Broadband Authority, Lud Kimbrough to the Water Authority, Carlton Revere to the Water Authority, Janet Riggs to the Water Authority.
I second it.
Motion by Mr. Kuntz, second by Mr. Jesse. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Kuntz? Aye. Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
And Mr. Kimbrough?
Abstain.
I do have one comment. I want to make sure that, before we move on, can we make sure we've addressed this one? Because I showed an Alice Brooks showing.
Oh, yeah.
It's not, that we didn't mention.
That's for social service.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I don't know why she's not on the
We don't
list.
have that on that list, so.
It was on the other
She's in the
list.
packet, but she's
Right.
not on the list.
Oh, okay.
So I wanted to make sure that you all did get her back in.
Okay.
I remember seeing it in
Do you want to make the
there.
motion?
I'll make the motion we appoint Alice Smith for the
Social Services.
Social Service Board, yeah.
And I'll second Wayne, and without hesitation.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Kuntz. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kuntz?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Next is the Middle Peninsula Juvenile Detention Center Commission appointment status. Anne Marie? Page 136.
Like, two people were on this, again, it looks like two people were on this board for the Middle Peninsula. It was you and Matt. And they need to be updated, they need to be reappointed. And most counties appear to just have the one, so I'm perfectly happy with Matt continuing to be on as the Middle Peninsula, what? What is that wrong? The Middle Peninsula Juvenile Detention Center Commission. That's all I have on that.
And what we're considering is reappointing
Matt Walker.
Matt Walker.
That might be a closed session situation.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Mr. Jesse,
Second.
second by Mr. Kuntz. Any further discussion? Roll call on Matt Walker to the Middle Peninsula Juvenile Detention Commission.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kuntz?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Next is the Broadband Authority Budget Supplement Request 2022-40. Anne Marie, your name is by this.
It is. I believe I drafted that memo. Attached in your packet is a request from the Broadband Authority, which they made at their March meeting, was a request to the board for $80,000 of ARPA funds to continue on with their mission for the next year. The $80,000 will continue to fund the MBA for the next fiscal year, funding project management, legal services, all points broadband's designed, plus staff stipends, and of course, minor office, and did I mention legal expenditures? It is certainly a legitimate use of ARPA funds, ARPA being the federal funds allowed related to the COVID. So this is certainly what would end up happening is, once this is approved by the board, we'll cut a check for $80,000 to the Broadband Authority. That's our request.
Very good. Is there a motion for budget supplement FY 22-40?
So move.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Williams. Discussion? These are ARPA funds, my question, these are ARPA funds that were brought to the county in respect of this type of project, yeah, for infrastructure projects.
Right. This year, we spent several major projects, included spending money for fire departments. We've appropriated money, $125,000, I think, for a piece of equipment to be used by the libraries. They're still working on that project. So there were several other big things going on with this.
Right, but these funds originated from federal sources?
Yes, it's all
Yes.
federal.
And
And we've
during the
already received
pandemic.
our share, yep.
Yeah.
We received half of our share. We're getting the rest of it probably this month or next, the second tranche, if I'm saying that right.
Very good. Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Coons?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams? Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Next.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification. As the Broadband Authority Director, is it okay for me to vote on those? Okay, I just had a second thought there. Okay, thank you.
You're the chairman, not the executive director.
Whatever I am.
Yeah, absolutely, yes, sir.
All right, next on the agenda is a resolution appropriating funds for the fiscal year budget beginning July 1st. This is I guess, closing the process of budgeting for FY '23. This resolution is in your packet beginning on page 139. I'll entertain a motion to accept this resolution.
I make a motion that we approve the FY '23 appropriation resolution.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Kuntz. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Coons?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Next is the airport budget supplement request, FY '22-36, on page 143 in your packet. And Betty, do you have some comments on this?
Just one thing, there was something left off of the agenda, and that was the revised master agreement with the Department of Aviation. I think that was the very first thing in your packet. So we can do it either way. We can talk about the master agreement, or we can talk about this budget supplement.
In the packet, it appeared the master agreement was in 2021. Is there a revised that we're considering? Or I'm not clear.
We're not talking about the same master agreement that
Oh,
Mark
okay.
Flynn was talking about.
Gotcha.
That was a comprehensive agreement.
Gotcha,
This is a
gotcha.
master agreement with the Department of Aviation. So, do you want me to
Is
do the
there-
budget supplement first?
Yes, let's do the easy one first.
Okay. The county has received, submitted for and received back grant monies from the Department of Aviation for a portion of the environmental impact review that's part of the airport runway project in the amount of $31,920. That will be, I'd like that reappropriated into the grant request line, and then we will pay, that gets paid to Mr. Barber for his expense on that project. This is one of those projects, projects that Mr. Barber, Delaware Corporation, pays the upfront cost. The county submits the grant request to the Department of Aviation, receives grant funds back, and then we pay them back to Mr.
It's
Barber.
just a pass-through for us.
Just a pass-through, right. This is 80% of the total cost of that project.
And so we need a motion
To approve this.
Approve this.
Yes, please.
I'll make the motion to approve the revised master agreement. Is that what we're talking
Now
about?
we're talking about the budget supplement.
Oh, the budget supplement. I thought we were talking about both of them. Okay,
No,
I'll make the
we didn't.
motion for the budget supplement. How about that?
Okay, thank you.
Motion by Mr. Harris.
Second.
Second by Mr. Williams. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Coons?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye.
And then the next thing is the revised master agreement that the county has with the Department of Aviation. The department has gone through and revised their master agreement having to do with bridge loans, where they receive federal funding that they pass through to localities or private airports that apply for funding. Hummelfield doesn't qualify for any federal funding, but we still have to update sign an updated agreement that has that in there. They did the same agreements for all the localities. So it really doesn't apply to us, but we have to do an updated agreement.
I see.
So I request authorization for the county administrator and county attorney to sign the document.
For the revised master agreement?
Yes, sir.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Harris,
Second.
second by Mr. Williams. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Coons?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye.
Okay. Then next on your list is a request for a refund of I believe this is an HVAC permit that was applied for and granted to Peninsula Heating and Air that was for the wrong location, so there was no county money involved in it, no county inspections, nothing of that sort. The amount of the permit is $204 that they would like refunded.
Entertain a motion to permit the refund. This is, they bought a permit in the wrong county,
Right.
and they didn't cost us anything, and they found a mistake, and they just want their money back.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Coates.
Second.
Second by Mr. Harris. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Coons?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries.
And then the last of mine is the YMCA has applied for a water connection at the old Wilton Creek School, Wilton School, which is where the YMCA is. That property is still owned by the county and therefore needs approval from the Board of Supervisors for them to connect to the system. There would be a tenant-landlord agreement that we would sign, the county would sign, transferring the responsibility of the monthly bills to the YMCA.
And their connection fee is 12.5 plus 20, if that's written correctly in this?
That's to be determined, but they would be responsible for whatever the connection fee would be.
Why is it to be determined? Why don't we know it now?
The Water Authority hasn't considered the request yet. It's going to be my recommendation that they be allowed to connect at 12.5 to the Water Authority. There was considerable back and forth about who would be applying for the connection, and the Water Authority's yet to meet and discuss the subject.
So just for clarification, if I may, you're saying that the Y and the county have discussed the county-owned property that the Y is currently a tenant on, and they want to get water, and the hookup fee that we charged other similar community organizations would have been 12.5, and the decision is basically the Y is okay with paying the 12.5, and we just want to go ahead and say, go ahead and pay the 12.5 and welcome to the water system.
The current,
Kind of.
What did I miss?
Timing. This was a situation that I think both county staff, Water Authority staff, and maybe even YMCA staff had already been addressed. It's a timing concern. And like I said, it's yet to be determined by the Water Authority, but it's going to be my recommendation they be allowed to connect at 12.5.
So we're looking for a motion?
Just to allow them to connect. Yes.
I really want to go ahead and lock in the 12.5. Can I not do
Some water
that?
authority decision.
I didn't. I do. I'll make the motion per the counselor and recognize my lack of authority in this matter.
Sorry, there's only 12 weeks.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Coates, second by Mr. Harris. Any further discussion?
Well, and I think Matt explained it pretty well. I think they had been talking all along about what the deal was going to be and who was going to do what and what the cost was going to be.
But in the process, the fees changed. So
Correct.
that's-
Okay.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Coons?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams? Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kimber?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next,
If
Administrator.
I may,
Yeah, Mr.
can we
Chairman,
have just a 5-minute
I was
recess,
gonna
please?
recommend a 5-minute
Can
recess.
we have just a moment for
Yeah.
a restroom?
Yeah, let's,
Thank you.
we'll reconvene at 5:45.
Thank you.
Well, we need to move John over beside Heather.
Give her a ruler. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. Next on the agenda is administrator updates.
Okay, I know I'm standing between us and dinner, so I'm going to be as brief as possible. You have a copy of the cigarette tax update. That's going to be an ongoing report only. One item I did want to address with the board is, of course, the budget includes funding for a county engineer / director of the Water Authority. It's a co-funded position between the Water Authority and the Board of Supervisors. I won't go into the whole history of that, but I am going to be embarking upon interviewing for that position probably middle to the end of next week. I may try to schedule those interviews directly after the work session, once we talk about that, but I got to get in touch with the candidates to make sure their availability. In any event, it's probably going to be towards the end of next week. It's going to be my recommendation to the Water Authority, and we've had some preliminary discussions about trying to have a candidate that is selectable or selected prior to the Water Authority's meeting, which we're going to be asking be delayed a week in order to allow for a little bit of time for this process to matriculate, for lack of a better word. If that happens, I would like to ask the board to maybe help panel an interview committee along with myself, because these are key positions. Director of Engineering, County Attorney, County Administrator, these are your, and of course, Assistant County Attorney, or Assistant County Administrator, excuse me. These are all critical department head positions, and while I do have the authority to hire them, I always look forward to input from the board, and having another set of eyes and ears on an interview panel is well advisable in these types of positions. Now, giving our chairman is usually a part of those. Lud Kimbrough happens to be also on the Water Authority. I can't have more than 2 people on the interview panel per board, so Lud kind of double counts. Consensus among the Water Authority right now is that Greg Chambers, our current chairman of the Water Authority, be on the interview panel, along with Lud. So there's our 2 Water Authority members. We need 1 board member to serve on the interview panel. It is my hope, by the way, let me back up. We have 2 very qualified candidates. I think we are lucky in that we have 2 in this environment. And it, again, is my intention to start interviewing them next week, have a recommendation to the Water Authority the following week, and potentially a hire after polling the board and discussion among the board members prior to the July meeting. Therefore, the position could potentially start as early as mid-July, 1st of August at the latest, God willing.
Thank you. I haven't had a chance to talk with everyone about it. I mentioned it to Don, and he said that he would be happy to be part of the interview commission. Is there someone else who would like to? Don, thank you for volunteering to be part of the interview commission.
And once we interview, I'm satisfied the board members and the Water Authority members that are participating in the interview panel will discuss the candidates with the other board members and our final recommendation, and my final hire, for lack of a better term. Next, we have finally received, as of today, so Reggie, don't get mad at me, this is last-minute information, but it's good news. The local option sales tax data from the state. The report was issued recently, and the estimate for local sales tax revenue in Middlesex is up substantially, primarily because of inflation, I would imagine, but I haven't had an opportunity to query VACO and the tax department staff. Last year's estimate, I think we had at 1.4 million. This coming fiscal year's estimate, fiscal year 2023, is 1.7 million. So an increase to be sure. Last thing I have, Mr. Chairman, is the July meeting. Every year goes by when we set our regular agenda or regular meeting times, and we always try to catch this, but never seem to do. Our July meeting is directly after July 4th, and I would ask the board to consider moving the July Board of Supervisors meeting back 1 week to allow for folks that are planning on taking vacations to take those vacations and to allow for those folks with kids to spend time with their families.
Be interested in everyone's comments. It certainly makes sense to me not to have it, the day after the 4th of July holiday? Yeah, that's troubling.
We need to make a note to catch this in January, so when we set the regular meetings, we catch it then. It's every year, so.
My first thought, which might be blasphemous, but maybe we don't have a July meeting. Is there business enough that we really couldn't afford a slight break in the summer?
Given that we've been having one every month and this one is going to go to 5 hours, similar to the others previously, I really don't want to pile up into a 10-hour meeting in August.
It's a good concept.
It is.
I'm just saying there are other options to shorten meetings, and some of that's me not talking, but.
What's the date you're talking about?
So
June,
July
12th.
5th to move it to July 12th, which is the immediate following Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I thought you wanted to move it back. I thought you said move it back, so.
He is, yes, sir.
Yeah, move it back to July 12th.
We're gonna move it ahead to July 12th.
Right.
Oh,
I would agree with you on that.
Okay.
If you're looking back from July 14th, it's moving.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, yeah, I'm good with that.
Half
be-
full, half
I
empty.
need to be
It's all
more
about
specific.
perspective there.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. County Attorney update.
No, sir, I have quite a bit for other matters, but I don't have anything at this time. Thank you.
Okay, any unfinished business? New business, tax deadline extension, pages 161 through 162 in your packet. There's a resolution. Extending the due date from June 6th to July 6th.
I move that we approve the resolution to extend the tax deadline.
Motion by Mr. Kuntz,
Second.
second by Mr. Williams. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Kuntz,
Aye.
Mr. Harris,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Jesse,
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough.
Aye. Thank you. Next is Keep Middlesex Beautiful. I guess this is bylaws for this committee?
It is, and also just, we had an appointment of one member that we approved earlier in this meeting, and we are planning and have coordinated with St. Clair Walker Middle School to invite the public on June 15th, I believe at 7 PM, to come to St. Clair Walker. And we're looking for not just board members, but anyone with any interest in beautification of Middlesex, because what we've learned is it is not just a volunteer effort, but there is coordination. And so we're not just going to be a committee with committee members, but there's going to be different levels at which people can participate. And we are going to be leveraging technology, but we're really rebooting the Keep Middlesex Beautiful officially as of June 15th, when we will be coming back to you hopefully in the July or August meeting with new members and, board appointees, and we'll be off and running at that point. Anne Marie, did you have anything to add beyond that?
I did. I just did want to mention that along that lines, we already did the first round of cleanups. We outsourced that, and I think that was supposedly the kickoff of this committee. And from now on, it's going to be turned over to the committee's hands. And once a year, we hope to do what we can from the staff's perspective. So But it'll be up to the committee after this, John. Does the board need to approve the minutes, is my question? And the attorney's nodding her head. Not the minutes, the
bylaws.
The bylaws, thank you. We did create these bylaws. We based them off where they originally started was, I think I used the airport bylaws. So they do have some basis. And from there, they've been tweaked to what the committee would like them to see.
And they've been reviewed by council and all others that are involved and interested. So we're just looking for a motion and a second and moving forward.
I'll make the motion to accept the bylaws. I didn't see any particular numbers on it.
The bylaws for the Keep Middlesex Beautiful Committee.
Yes, for the Keep Middlesex Beautiful Committee. Absolutely.
Motion by Mr. Harris.
I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Jesse. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Right. Mr. Kuntz?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye.
Mr. Williams? Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Next is matters presented by the board. We'll start with you, Mr. Jesse.
I attend the Middle Peninsula Planning District Commission. As you know, 12 years ago, they were cut funding. But they've been doing more with less. But now, they put out millions of dollars of grant monies and stuff that they have there. So really, next budgeting cycle, they're going to talk about, increasing it so they can get another grant writer to help out the citizens in the Middle Peninsula. I also attend the Oyster Festival Foundation. They're still trying to looking for a, Grand Marshal. They're still looking for nomination for Grand Marshal. So I know they asked for a few different people, but they turned it down. And me, myself, I was one of them. But anyway, they're still looking for a Grand Marshal, but they're still getting everything straight on that. Also, I attended the River County Community Foundation Board. It was the first year that they had given out millions of dollars this year. And Middlesex County, with the Harris Fund, we were able to give out quite a bit of funding. And that was really good because a lot of the nonprofits that asked for what they wanted, they got it. They really did. From the Water Authority on down to the Kiwanis and YMCA and all of them, they got the funding that they asked for. And that was it. I did attend the graduation. That was attended very well. It was a small class, but it was really nice graduation. And that's it for my committee report.
Thank you. Don?
The only thing I'll say, and I attended as you well saw in the paper, the Oyster seeding project in Deltaville. I actually went there just for support, not to necessarily get my picture in the paper, but that got changed while I was there. But anyway, the point to that was it's a very valuable, I think, thing that the county is doing and supporting that project. And actually, the only reason I'm speaking is, Lud, you've done an awful lot of work with that group and should be recognized for what you're doing to help push that project. It's got local business people that are involved with that as well, so it's nice to see that, and everybody spoke highly of you at the event, so wanted to let you know that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sorry I missed that one. John?
I went to two events in the last month or so, and they were both really great reminders of how unique our community is. One was the Luna launch. To see a 18th century sloop, slip into the waters, 15 years or more of dedication from locals that, pulled money from organizations as big as Dominion and as small as me, and launched that boat with the intent of actually doing education on the water. And I could go on, and it was a great event, and it was neat. But the other one, coming out of the pandemic, this year was the third or fourth graduation I've gone to, and now I have one child at the high school, and I'll have two next year. And it was really poignant to me to notice two things at the graduation this year. This was the second year that the principal made a point of telling a personal story about every student, every senior in the graduating class. And last year it was a pandemic thing. And this year, I don't know if Susan Fleet thought of it this way, but what occurred to me is we really are unique when we graduate 70 or 80 kids, and the principal can talk about teaching them in kindergarten, 5th grade, 7th grade, being the principal. She had unique memories for each one. That's 2 years in a row, and I think some people question, why would you do it 2 years in a row? And for me, it was just how neat is that we can do that at this scale. And the second thing that I noticed is the songs that were played were all played with a live orchestra, and that live orchestra was our students. That just, I couldn't get over that. And you know, when I say orchestra, it's our band, but our band program is typically small as well. But I thought it was alive and well, and they played their hearts out, and it was sort of unnoticed, I think, by many. But just, again, so grateful to be part of a small community with things like that going on.
Good report, thank you. Reggie?
It looked like John, I went with the Luminar, Planning Commission with Wayne, graduation with John and Wayne, so we basically done some of the same things. A little update on recreation, we're waiting now to get the mounting of the goals so we can put it out for bid. And we have received some extra money, so that ought to be taken off hopefully pretty soon once we can put it out for bid. And hopefully we can do an opening for Whiting Creek as soon as we get VDOT to clean up the trees off on the side there and let people know that the ramp will be officially open. The other thing I've been doing a lot of, I've been talking about insurance and talking to the teachers and different ones at the school to find out what different people have. And I come up with a lot of different scenarios, and as ones know that I've always been pushing what you call a high deductible, but don't want to fool people. I want them to be very clear of a way that they don't have to really pay the deductible by setting up a budget. Something like contingency fund, I think that you could put money in. And I know it'll work. It's going to take time for people to see it. We need to educate ourselves as well as everybody else to know what they actually have. And I'm seeing a lot of that because a lot of times we are not doing it. And I just feel like we got to reach out as a board and stuff and try to explain to people better. I think we have to also, in the time that we're spending a lot of money in instruction and stuff like this, we still got to think about the people and how can we get some revenue. I got certain ideas. First thing you can do to get revenues, don't give away nothing. And I would go by saying a simple thing like this year, our contingency fund got $20,000 in it. If we had an insurance that you really didn't pay the premium on, whether it was the sheriff department or whether it was the school system, everybody want to try to be separated. We can't be separated and get good costs. If we had insurance that said it was $1,000 deductible, you negotiate after the deductible, and you have a budget right there sitting there to pull that fund. If you pull it out of that fund, it's going to accumulate just like insurance companies does or anything else, or anybody else that runs a business. We got to look at it in a positive way. And for instance, contingency fund, and I believe everybody should be paying a fair share of taxes. And I got ways when I'm saying things, you take for notice, most arenas know that I didn't think too much and still don't think too much that everybody should be paying the same tax of 98 cents. What if? I'm going to give you some scenarios. If I was talking about the insurance and you were going to put money over there in the budget, if you took that money for the last 4 years, you would have about close to $1 million that you could do anything. You could help the school system. You could fund insurance that the teachers don't have to pay, because all you got to do is do your math. If we think we're so good about something, as a people and as Middlesex County, we got to get together and kind of feed each other. I don't mean John talk about certain ways, how can we raise revenue? I throw that out there. And that's what made me think of it. Anytime we give a break. A gentleman spoke today, said we got to be business friendly. I agree, but you don't need to be business fool. You got to exactly think about what you want to do. And some things, we can't be the Robin Hood of the day. Oh, remember one thing that we're doing, we're seeing so much difference, just like our bids that we got on sewer. Somebody's going to make they're going to make head over money on us, and we're going to have to pay it because they can't do it and nothing we can do about it. So as a small community of this county, don't worry about the population, 10,000 people, that's not bad. I'm telling you, it's gonna grow. If it don't grow, be the best at what you can be and be less populated. So, just don't be the Robin Hood. We can't be the Robin Hood. You know Robin Hood, everybody know the story. Robin Hood used to take from the rich and give to the poor. Don't take from the poor and give to the rich. And I'll give you a thought. Taxation, depreciation, with no taxation, somebody's doing something wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Reggie. Most of my outside activity related to the county has been working with the local marine interests, particularly in Deltaville. We have Broad Creek, which is our main economic driver in the county for commercial and recreational boating, and a concentration of marinas that's been shoaling in. It's getting increasingly difficult for boats to have access there, and there needs to be a solution. So the marine, I'll call it the marine group, that's led by Kendall Weber, who is the owner of Norton's Yacht Sales. She's been coordinating with the marina owners, working with Louis Lawrence on trying to put together a plan to get the engineering done that could create a permanent solution, while also planning to get that creek, Broad Creek, dredged. Jackson Creek has also been shoaling, and the Corps of Engineers was actually sounding Jackson Creek today to map an update there to see how it's changed over the last couple of years. So these major economic drivers, we need to keep those creeks open and potentially have a permanent solution. So that's been my major extracurricular activity. Also, just to give you an update on the historic courthouse committee, we will be meeting again tomorrow. We hadn't had a meeting since probably in 2 months. But we will get back tomorrow. I think we're on a good path there. We will likely need to get research done by the Fairfield Foundation, which has done an excellent job with a number of the Middlesex historical organizations. And so anyway, I'll keep you up to date on that as we're continuing to meet with that group. That's it for me. We will again open the floor for public comments as we do at the end of each session. And is there anyone who would like to address? I'll open the floor. Please give us your name and your residence. And you have 3 minutes.
My name's Chris Putt. I live at 2560 Grace Point Road. I'm one of the property owners that want to sign the easement for the airport. And I have my reasons. One of my biggest reasons is the safety of me and my family. Airplanes, when they take off, they're supposed to fly in the path. They're flying over my house, and it's getting all the time now. I mean, I was talking to my wife the other day. She was in the backyard, and I couldn't even hear her because the plane was so close to my house. And, it's getting kind of scary. When we first bought the house, yes, I knew it was an airport there. They never flew over our house. But with this new airstrip going in and turning it more towards our house, more planes, and more planes flying over our house. I don't care about the airport. I don't care them flying through my field. No issue with that. Just flying over my house, that's what I have an issue with. And it's getting worse all the time. I've talked to the aviation department up in Richmond about it. They said, no, they ain't supposed to fly over your house at all. And that's one reason I don't want to sign the easement. Plus, down the road, if I want to sell my house, the easement on my property, it's on the deed, it's always going to be on the deed. But my biggest is just the safety issue. They don't care about me, about my safety. Nobody seems like, I ain't heard nothing about no safety issue about me and my family. The airport says it's a safety issue, but they still fly on my house. It's a safety issue to us. Like I said, I don't care what they do over there. They can build whatever they want to build over there. They can fly through my field. Just don't fly over my house. It's getting aggravating. And that's one reason me and Mr. Matt was talking about the other night. And Somebody needs to be something done about that. You know, if I had a guarantee they wouldn't fly on my house, I would have no problem signing that easement. But, you know, keep flying on my house, that's what I got a problem with. I don't think none of y'all would like a airplane flying on your house all the time, that close. And they said, if we can do something to keep the airplanes going over my house, no issues. Like I said, they can build as long as they want to, build all the hangars they want to over there. Don't bother me. Just keep it in the field. That's all I ask. And it seems like some of them pilots don't care. You got somebody there with a hot dog in it, taking off from the strip. I mean, they can't take off the strip and just keep straight for a little bit and just make a right. I don't know. They just won't do it. And it's some of them, not all of them. So not all the pilots are bad. But that's all I got to say. Thank y'all.
you.
Mr. Chair, could we just ask what the address of Mr. Putt is, just so that we can sort of get a sense of where the house is in relationship to the runway? I think normally we ask that we get the address. And in this case, it would really help us get a sense of where the house is.
2560.
Is it Eubank Landing or is
No,
it?
Grace Point Road.
Grace Point Road. Okay, I got you.
From the older house.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Mr.
Thank you,
Putt.
Mr. Putt.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to address the board? I'll close public comment period. And we will, I guess I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I got a long list, Mr. Chairman. So the board needs a motion to convene in closed session. It's for three, it's going to be lengthy. So you can do one I'm going to say three separate items, but it's going to be redundant. So the first matter is going to be to convene in closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1. This is for the discussion of personnel matters, specifically regarding the county administrator and the county attorney. The second will be pursuant to 2.2-3711A7 and A8. This is for consultation with legal staff, counsel and staff pertaining to the pending litigation in the Virginia Court of Appeals, style John D. Cumberland versus Tony and Julie Lauro and the Middlesex County Board of Supervisors. And pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3, A7, and A8. And I'm going to combine this. This is for the consideration of real property for a public purpose wherein a discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position, for consultation with legal counsel and staff regarding a probable condemnation litigation regarding the airport expansion, and for consultation with legal staff about said matters.
I'll make that motion for what our attorney
Motion
said.
by Mr. Jesse,
Second.
second by Mr. Harris. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Roll call, we've got Mr. Harris,
Aye.
Mr. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Jesse,
Aye.
Mr. Coons.
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough.
Aye. Motion carries.
And for the public, we will be taking action when we come out. I do anticipate a lengthy session. I don't know what that means, but it easily a solid 30 to 45 minutes. So it could be an hour. Anyway, I just want the public to know we will be taking action when we reconvene.
Let's see, are we going? We're going downstairs. So will someone be here in the event that people will be showing up for the 7 o'clock session and we may not be done yet? Will somebody be here to inform them?
I think Tim.
Oh, good.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Sorry, we're starting a few minutes late. We just finished the earlier meeting.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, we are still in closed session, so we need a motion to certify the following statement. To the best of the members' knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted in the motion by which the closed session was called was considered or discussed in said closed session.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mr. Jesse, second by Mr. Koontz. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Koontz?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries.
And so with that, Mr. Chairman, as we advised the public before we went into closed session, there is action to be taken by the board. Your co-counsel, Mark Flynn, and I are recommending that the board consider the following motion. A motion to obtain the necessary easements for the airport realignment project by all legal means to include but be not limited to condemnation.
Thank you.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Harris,
Second.
second by Mr. Williams. Any
Sorry.
further discussion?
Could you reread that?
A motion to obtain the necessary easements for the airport realignment project by all legal means to include but be not limited to condemnation.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Koontz?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Flynn, I think that covers everything you needed. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Flynn. We'll now move into the public hearing section of the meeting. Our first topic is special exception number 2022-01. Dave, are you going to present on these?
Yes.
Great.
You have to turn the mic on,
Yep.
Appears to be working. Let me see. Sometimes it takes a while, I wonder. Doesn't appear to be.
I will be your flight attendant.
It is the arrow. I am operating this correctly. Okay, yeah, just go ahead, Matt, and move it up. Okay, we have 3 applications this evening. The first one's a special exception request. The last 2 are connected. This one's separate from those 3. So this is special exception 2022-01. You want to go back one, Matt? Yep. Submitted by Lewis W. Howard Jr. and Laura Howard. The request is for approval of a special exception to allow keeping of horses for non-commercial purposes in accord with sections 9-3.1 and 9-4.5 of the county zoning ordinance. The property for which the special exception is being requested is zoned residential and is situated at 614 Robbins Point Avenue in Deltaville. It's tax map 40-14A, and it's located in the Pine Top District. Just a brief narrative on the property. It is zoned residential. Our property is vacant. There's a few outbuildings on it currently. Property size is 6.1 acres. Comprehensive plan listed as going high-density residential. There are your adjoining land uses. One of them's a recreational area bordered by the creek, Sturgeon Creek, and also an agricultural area that's also zoned residential. This is the property location. It's in that Robbins Point area. It's located on Sturgeon Creek. The property is, you can see the RPA buffer is in that red portion. That's an aerial. And this is the current zoning, I believe, which is residential. That whole area is zoned residential. And the next slide should be the comprehensive plan, which pretty much shows it staying the same. There's one more aerial photograph showing the property. You can see the request is for horses. Currently, there's no primary structure on the property, but there appears to be stables and barns and some type of out structures. You can see the property. It looks pretty much like pasture already. A couple pictures in there. So at least as visually, it looks like it can accommodate horses. And that's another one of the outbuildings. So, of course, we know what the request is. It's for the keeping of horses for non-commercial purposes in accord with those sections. At this time, the applicant is requesting a special exception for the purposes of keeping horses on the property described above. As we know, currently, any request for keeping of horses in residential district must meet the requirements of Article 9, Section 9-4.5. The minimum lot size for keeping of horses for non-commercial purposes allowed by special exception shall be 1.5 acres per animal unit or fraction thereof, in addition to the minimum lot area requirement. And those are the calculations. The minimum lot area for that district would be 30,000 square feet. So there's your, that's actually your, how it defines animal unit. Go one more, Matt. And there's your calculations. It comes up to, theoretically, you could have 3.607 horses or 3 horses. The applicant is requesting 2 horses with a possible maximum of 3. You can see per those calculations, the ordinance is met. Based on the analysis, the special exception request is in substantial conformance with the requirements of Section 9-4.5 and Section 20-5B of the county ordinance. One notation, staff's opinion that the intent of the provision is to allow keeping of horses as an accessory use to the primary use of residential. Currently, no primary use or structure exists on the property due to casualty loss of the structure, I think approximately 15 years ago. The applicant has stated that they intend to build a structure, a primary home, before they bring in any horses. So that would be made a condition of it. So they're under contract to purchase a property. It's contingent on the special exception approval. Staff and the Planning Commission had some conversation. The calculation doesn't necessarily factor in the resource protection area. So it was staff and the Planning Commission concurred 6-2. There was 2 that felt that they should have the 3 that, a maximum of 3, but it was staff's opinion and the Planning Commission opinion that maybe they should hold back their horse count to 2 to allow for the RPA. We wouldn't want to, they can't transfer the existing buffer area into pasture. So some of that area would be somewhat off limits for horse pasture area anyway. So they've asked for 2 and just a maximum of just a possibility of 3. It was staff and the Planning Commission's opinion that it should be held to 2. They would recommend approval with 2. So, Matt, if you just want to continue on. There's a staff recommendation. Staff recommended a limitation to 2 horses. These are kind of common sense things here. Proper and adequate fencing shall be installed, and also adequate shelter. I think the board would want these horses, if they provided a special exception for it, certainly would want these horses properly cared for, which the Howards are here. I think they can make that argument. So next slide, Matt. With that, the Planning Commission voted 6-2 with 2 absent and 1 abstention to recommend approval of special exception 2022-04 20-01 with staff recommendations and the limiting of 2 horses. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to you for public hearing and allow the applicant to speak on their behalf.
Hey, Dave, don't get away so quick. Just for my benefit, this special exemption is for horses only, is that correct?
Correct. It doesn't include other farm animals.
Okay.
They're not requesting chickens or anything else.
Buffaloes,
No, no.
elephants, or
No,
anything like
No,
that?
those would be allowed in our agricultural districts, but not in a residential
Okay,
district.
just want to make sure I was clear on that. And secondly, some provision in there said non-commercial. Just educate to me what that means, non-commercial. Does that mean they can't have people come over and charge 50 cents to ride a horse, or what is the application with
That's a
that?
good question. It doesn't define, I didn't really research that. I mean, you would think that would be like a riding, like stables or
Right.
riding lessons, or
Right.
it's for your, it's the intent is for your own keeping. If they came in and said, well, we need a business license or a zoning permit.
Right.
We want to open a stable up.
Right.
And have people come in, it would be, obviously, that's a commercial endeavor. It would be in conflict with the ordinance, so.
Good, thank
Does
you.
that help clarify?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave. Would the applicant like to address the board?
Sure.
Thank you for hearing our request tonight. We're super excited about this property. We presently live in Richmond, but my family and I have been spending our summers in Deltaville for the past 50 years. And we have a small house actually just around the corner from the property. And because we want to retire here, we want to obviously build a house that's big enough to live in year-round. And it's always been sort of our dream to have a few horses and have some land and be on the water here in Deltaville. So we're really excited about it, but we want to make sure before we spend the money on the land that we do have approval to have horses just for personal use. And as Dave mentioned, our plans are to build first because we need to have a house there to live, and then bring horses on if it gets approved. So I don't know if anybody had any questions.
Ma'am, could you just state your name, please, so we have it?
I'm
That's
sorry.
okay.
Laura Howard.
Thank
And
you.
my husband, Lewis Howard, is here as well.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Howard, have you had any pushback from any of your neighbors down there for this?
No, no one has said anything to me or asked any questions about it.
Got a question. There was an old house on that got burnt down, right?
Yes,
I
it was-
just kind of saw something there.
It was
behind
struck
some
by
bushes.
lightning back
Oh,
in the
okay.
90s, and the current homeowners or property owners never rebuilt.
Okay, all right, I was just wondering from the pictures, okay.
Yeah, and so I've known of the property literally my whole life. And when I saw they never rebuilt it, obviously as I got older and closer to retirement, I'm like, I want to see if we might be able to get this land. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Anything else? No?
You raised a question, Dave, does this special exception notice require notifying adjacent property owners?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And it may be in the packet, and I.
Yes, it was done.
Okay.
That's part of
Yeah.
the legal procedure. We have to do that.
Gotcha, okay, thank you. I don't know.
Anytime you have a public hearing on the planning matter, you have to do that.
And to your question around the commercial use, Mr. Harris, our intention is for personal use only, not boarding other horses or doing lessons. It's just for my husband and my daughter and I, which is why we had hoped to get 3 horses. But I know that the recommendation is for 2. So,
Good, thank you.
all right. Thank you so much for hearing
Thank
our
you.
request. Thanks.
I'll open the floor for any public comment. There being none, I'll close the public comment on this item and entertain a motion for the special exception.
I'll make a motion for 2022-01 special exemption application for approval.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Harris, second by Mr. Kuntz. Any further discussion?
Yes, does that include the staff recommendations, to be clear? Sorry, I didn't know if that was meant in your motion or not.
My bad, yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
And my second goes as well.
Thank you. I thought so, but again, just for the record, thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Coons?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye.
Thank you very much. The next item is ordinance amendment 2022-01.
Mr. Walker's fixed me up here, so thank you. Thank you. I'll take care of it after the meeting. So we have two applications, and both of them are interrelated. They're, the first one's an ordinance amendment, and I'm just going to give a little background before we get into the, I'm going to basically go off script here a little bit and try to paraphrase all of this. Mr. Evans came into our office and we were working. He had purchased and was in the plan of purchasing this property, and he was notified that he couldn't subdivide, that the Resource Husbandry District has strict limitations on subdivision. So we started looking at the possibilities. He couldn't do a family exempt subdivision because they have not owned the property. There's a 5-year hold period on that. So we had to look at his only other option was to apply for special exception and come forward with that and try to get a special exception for subdivision, which the ordinance allows. It allows the ability to get a special exception for subdivision. There's language in this ordinance and the intent that allows for farmers to sell pieces of property. Well, I've never had this, and I don't know if Mr. Walker ever came across a request like this before. We started looking at the ordinance, and I sent it to the ordinance committee, and I'm just not going to, if the board doesn't mind, I'm just going to go through this. A lot of this is wordy. I'm going to go straight to the text. You'll see the first component. There's a limitation on subdivisions. This is the criteria that needs to be met in order to be able to subdivide a property in resource husbandry. So we started looking at this, and I looked at it, and I sent it to the ordinance committee, and we looked at it. And we have some seasoned members on our planning commission on our ordinance committee. We looked at this first component, and I basically told them, I don't think there's a nexus or an ability for there ever to be an approval in the resource husbandry district. And the reason for that being, if you look at this, that the part that's proposed to be removed from the ordinance, the property to be subdivided, must be unsuitable for agricultural or forestry use due to its size, location, shape, topography, or other factors. If you hold that component and hold it tight, in my opinion, there's no way you can approve any subdivision resource husbandry, because there's not I don't think there's a square inch of property in Middlesex County you could not conduct forestry operation on. We can grow pine trees in our wetlands. And all the components that would make that all those unfavorable components would also make it totally unfavorable for any type of subdivision. So you can't, in other words, you can't get there from here. So the first item would be to consider removing this section. Now, we've looked at the ordinance in itself. The intent is not to create subdivisions. There's strict subdivision requirements. There's a 50-acre component to this that you can't divide after, the property that's being divided has to be 50 acres. It has to be still used for farming. You can't throw out the farming component of it. It was the Planning Commission's opinion and the Ordinance Committee that there's plenty of provisions in this particular ordinance that would prohibit somebody from overdeveloping property and resource husbandry. So even if the board should decide to remove this component, it still has the ability, and the Planning Commission still has the ability to judge and determine whether or not that subdivision request is consistent with the intent of Resource Husbandry. So in conclusion, we felt there was plenty of components in place that we could still protect the ordinance. So I'm going to go back up to the intent. So you have a one tract of land per 50 acres. So it would be hard for somebody to come in there and chop up 2.5 acre lots. That's the minimum lot size in this particular situation. So you would not be able to take a 10 acre piece and start chopping it up into 2.5 acre parcels anyway. So I hope I paraphrased maybe what you read in your board packet. I tried to simplify that as much as possible. So if anybody has any questions, I can answer, since they're the applicants, but I can probably answer the question pertaining to this particular section more than they could. Does anybody have any questions on it?
The Planning Commission and the ordinance both agreed that the structure of this ordinance was needed to be fixed.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen it before and I never had to deal with it when it came through. And the reason for that is without this revision, I don't see how anybody could make any findings of fact for the board to allow a subdivision in resource husbandry. Even though the intent does allow for subdivisions to happen for the ability for a farmer to divide off a piece of property at given times. So with that, if there's no other questions, I'll step aside. This still is a public hearing, so I'll still have to back out. So.
For an ordinance amendment that's initiated by a citizen, do we request the citizen to address?
They can speak on behalf. They can
Okay.
absolutely speak on behalf.
This is just for the ordinance amendment, but absolutely, the applicant can come forward and say, to speak on it if they'd like.
Is Mr. Evans in the audience?
I think they
Would
might
you
be-
like to address the board?
They might be represented by counsel, too. They're welcome to speak on their behalf if they want.
I do have Lori Evans, represented by Jessica Hamey, the attorney with the Hubbard, Terry, and Porritt, PC.
Would you like to address the board?
Good evening. I'm Jessica Haney with Hubbard, Terry, and Britt, and I'm representing Lori Evans in this matter. So essentially, the goal for purchasing this property was to maintain a multi-generational farm for the Evans family. Jim Evans, his wife Lori Evans, his son Kyle Evans, and his wife Amber, all are the owners named on this property. So the ultimate goal was to purchase this property to maintain this multi-generational farm, which is in compliance with the Resource Husbandry District, and then for Lori and James to build a residence for themselves on this same parcel, we would need that subdivision. It's solely for financial reasons. It's to obtain financing. Kyle and Amber currently have a mortgage on the residence that's on the property. So once it's subdivided, Lori and James would have collateral for their portion. In order to get there, we needed to get the special exception for the subdivision, which is the next application. In order to meet those requirements, we needed to amend this ordinance. So we believe, as Mr. Kutz was saying, the second and third elements are, we're in substantial compliance with both of those. Removal of the first section of the ordinance would still maintain the integrity of the district, the spirit of the ordinance, to protect from abuse by developers. The board still has complete discretion to approve on a case-by-case basis, so it's not just opening the floodgates for developers to come in or for subdivisions or anything of that nature. And as the staff report stated, this doesn't take away the board's discretion, and we just believe that requirements 2 and 3 are sufficient to maintain the stated purpose of this district. And the second, I believe, discusses the intent and purpose, which is met particularly in the section that says they are promoting the general health and welfare of the county. Timber and fertile farmlands are properly managed. I know the Evans family has planted hundreds of Christmas trees already, so there's no question that both parcels may maintain this agricultural use. And then it also states for use of future generations. So we believe that we're in compliance with all of those, and with the amendment to this ordinance, that we can get this subdivision. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I also had a Mr. James Evans from Jamaica.
I gave you your glasses back.
I sympathize. Good evening. I'm James Evans. I just wanted to address you first and foremost to thank you on behalf of our family for considering the motion. Secondly, this is the first time we've met, so just to clear a few items, I wouldn't want any of you to believe that any part of this is trickery. We have had a lifelong dream of doing this, and we've worked our whole lives to get here. My son and I went in together to purchase the land. We actually planted 600 Christmas trees 2 months ago, which may have been premature because we've lost about 20%. But it's tough to start a crop when you're commuting 45 miles. We've since sold our home in anticipation of this move, and since the Planning Commission meeting, we now have another grandson on the way. So the multi-generational portion of this is clicking right along. So I just wanted to be available for any questions that you may have, but this is something that, as I said, we've worked our whole lives to get to this point, and really happy to be out here in Jamaica. So, any questions for us?
I got just one question.
Yes, sir.
You said that this was your dream.
Yes, sir.
May I ask what exactly is your dream?
Well, our nearest neighbor is 1.8 miles from us,
Okay.
and the only thing we hear at night is occasionally coyotes.
Privacy.
So
Okay.
we've got privacy, we've got peace and quiet. The home we sold in Williamsburg has 2 sets of railroad tracks that runs by it. So I can't tell you how happy we are not to hear another train. So the idea of being on a farm, watching my grandkids grow up and being that close to them, I was close with my grandfather, and this is just something that I think is going to make us, a stronger family and allow us to, be involved with our grandkids. And I mean, my wife already babysits our grandkids, and my son works at NASA, so they've got quite a commute. I work in Richmond, so I've got quite a commute. But we're all making sacrifices to make this a reality, and so that's why we're here.
That's a nice answer. I like to see love, and that's what you just said a few minutes ago about your family and love, and we need more love around us at all the time. So anytime somebody can come in and bring a family in and be an example, that's a blessing.
Yes, sir.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Evans? Thank you, and
All
good
right.
luck.
Thank you very much.
We'll open the public hearing on this. Anyone wish to address the board about this matter? I'll close the public hearing. And I will entertain a motion for ordinance amendment 2022-01.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I'm familiar with the area where it's at and everything, and I'm happy for the family there. So I'd like to make the motion of ordinance amendment 2022-01 for the
Motion by
change.
Mr. Jesse,
Second.
second by Mr. Williams. Any further discussion?
I'm ready to buy Christmas trees.
You want me to wait and tell them about the high-speed rail line to DC?
Just kidding. Well, the trees take 7 years, so
Ready?
All right, roll call, please.
Mr. Coons?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Jesse?
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough?
Aye. And to wrap this up completely, there's a request, special exception 2022-02, submitted by Mr. Evans. Dave?
Yes, sir. Well, this is special exception 2022-02. Of course, it's submitted by Mr. Evans. I'm just going to go through this quickly. The request is for a special exception for the special exception for the subdivision, and that's the tax parcel that's involved, tax parcel 7-53. It's in the Jamaica District. There is a structure on the property, so it does have address 1654 Morgan Lane. Currently, it's zoned resource husbandry. There's the narrative on the address. 58.28 acres total. The existing use is agricultural and residential because there's a home on it. And the comp plan shows it as staying agricultural conservation. Most of all the surrounding land uses are basically either vacant or agricultural. That's where the property is located. It's almost at the end of Morgan Lane. And that shows the existing zoning. And there's the future land use map that shows it agricultural conservation. This is a copy of the subdivision plat. We'll note that we have received the subdivision application. This is a separate process. It's been reviewed, comments have been addressed with revisions sent back to staff. And I have forwarded it to the health department for review, just like any other subdivision. Of course, it's all conditional on this action from the board. What they're doing, this gives you a pretty good idea. They're basically taking this 58 acres and they're for the most part splitting it in half. So you have two large lots. And you can see it's already agricultural. It looks like it may have, possibly horses were on this at one time, but you can see that they've already stated their intended uses, which is a Christmas tree farm. And this is the property. Just a few pictures of it. It would stay consistent with an agricultural use. And that is the home and the accessory structures that go with it. Of course, we know why we're here, for approval of a minor subdivision, special exception. And I'm just going to go through these. We know that this approval was a contingent on the ordinance amendment approval, which happened. And there, again, I'm just going to go through this quickly. That's from the comprehensive, or the ordinance, section 6-1. And more, this was all in the staff report. Of course, that first condition has been removed, so the second two have to be met. It's staff's opinion that the amendment, with the amendment, this request is in accord with the intent and purpose of 6-1 of the zoning ordinance. The request will not create a residential district, which is discouraged in the intent, and it will comply by allowing farming families to remain in proximity while still tending to the primary purpose of agriculture. So it also meets the 50-acre minimum. Staff recommends approval of special exception 2022-02, conditioned upon the following. Of course, the first one's already been met, and agricultural uses shall be maintained. Planning Commission voted 8-0 with 2 absent and 1 abstention to recommend approval of special exception 2022-02. So with that, Mr. Chairman, if there's any questions, I can answer them. If not, I think we've probably gone over most of the components of this entire application process. So with that, I'll turn it over
Thank you, Dave.
to you for public hearing and allow the applicant to speak.
Would Mr. Evans or his representative like to again address the board?
Again, the goal for this subdivision is for purposes of financing. And I just wanted to, historically, on the same exact parcel, the prior owners actually had subdivided this lot. And a month before the Evans purchased it, that subdivision was vacated. Had they known it, they probably would have kept it in place for financial reasons, but they did not. So we tried to go the avenue. Obviously, they're not eligible for the family exception. They haven't owned it for the required 5-year period. And we could not reinstate the prior subdivision due to the adjacent parcel was part of this subdivision, so we couldn't go back to that because there's a little piece that they didn't own. So we do believe we're eligible for this subdivision under this special exception, especially now that the ordinance was amended. So we are requesting, it doesn't seem to be an issue of whether the property can be subdivided, just a matter of when, and just to avoid any kind of hardship or timing and delays and costs to the Evans, we went ahead with this application for the special exception for the subdivision. So just in conclusion, we just request that you all follow the Planning Commission's unanimous approval and for recommending this special exception. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you have on this matter.
Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Mr. Evans?
If there are any questions for me, I just wanted to be available for that. If not, some look tired. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you. I'll open public hearing for this matter. Anyone wish to address the board about this matter? Close public hearing. Entertain a motion for special exception 2022-02.
I'll make a motion that the special exception 2020
Motion by Mr. Jesse,
Second?
second by Mr. Kuntz. Any further discussion? Roll call, please. Betty?
Mr. Harris.
Aye.
Mr. Williams.
Aye.
Mr. Jesse.
Aye.
Mr. Kuntz.
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough.
Aye. Motion is approved. That there being no other business on our agenda, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second?
And
Not so fast.
the board discussed earlier having a work session on July 15th at 9 a.m. and moving the July meeting to July 12th. So June 15th, 9 a.m., July 12th, regular meeting.
Got it. That being said, Mr. Jesse, would you like to make that motion again?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second?
Second by Mr. Kuntz. All in favor? Roll call.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Yes. Mr. Jesse.
Aye.
Mr. Kuntz.
Aye.
Mr. Harris.
Aye.
Mr. Kimbrough.
Aye. Thank you, everybody.